Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Collide, where we collide on everything with Marvel and DC. Everything that has to do with Marvel and DC, from anime to TV shows to film. That's what we do best. Here to talk about it with me is Nas. Nas, you in the building?
You already know.
OG, you in the building?
Hello.
And you got my producer, Pat, you in the building?
Yo, yo, yo. Another Sunday, another Sunday.
Another Sunday. We do this every Sunday. Uh, talk about set of topics when it comes to Marvel and DC. This is what we do best. Uh, let's get to it. I mean, waiting for everybody file in. Hopefully, we have a good time. Um, what's good, you? What's good, Emmanuel? You have we're gonna be having a good time talking about Marvel and DC. You like anything that has to do with Marvel and DC before we start the conversation? You could write in the chat box if you want. Um, Nas, how's your day going so far? How was your week so far?
Man, it's hectic, but I still gotta give God thanks, man. Cause I'm
Yes,
alive, I'm here. I'm able to be on the podcast with you guys, chopping it up as we do every Sunday. So it's a blessing, regardless of whatever it is.
yes, yes. That
Mm.
is that is good. That is good. God is good all day. You know. Uh, as you can see on YouTube, guys, I had to put in some work for the last 4 weeks. I had to change. I wanted to change the layout. I felt it's time to try to put in some work on trying to change the layout. I hope you guys like the layout that I have on stream. I hope that it's enjoyable for you guys to enjoy because it took me a while to get it together for you guys. Hopefully you enjoy it as much as I did for for the channel. I had OG OG Nas and excuse me and Pat look at it to see if it was great to look at and stuff like that. If any adjustments that's needed, if you guys like it, hit the like button, and subscribe to to Collide to make sure that you get your daily fix. You know,
Like that's what
huh? What happened?
Jesse, give us a rundown one more time of the list of topics that you have in store for us today.
The list of topics that we have for today will be uh Superman, the Avengers, the Avengers, My Adventures with Superman season 1 and season 2 review. I'm gonna be looking into that. Uh, I'm gonna be looking into that. Then I'm also gonna be looking into Supergirl. There's something that has to talk about that. Then I'm gonna be talking about Green Lanterns. There's something to talk about that. Um, Also, there's something to talk about the Authority, and as well as Superman, and as well as X-Men '97. And the last two conversations that we will be talking about is the layoffs that transpired in Marvel. Then lastly, the Punisher. Those are the topics that I have for you guys to talk about. Hopefully, you guys like the stream. Hopefully, we can enjoy of watching the stream together. So yeah, one of the first topics that I wanted to talk to you guys about is the Super my adventures with Superman. I heard that is uh heard that was great. I'm not I'm not too familiarized with uh my adventures with Superman. I heard, we're gonna
If I
read.
remember correctly, it's supposed to be like a Superman story told from Lois's perspective or something like that. That's why it's called My Adventures with Superman. So it's a Superman story, as much as he is the focal point, because Superman sells, is not necessarily about Superman in a sense. I think of it like that old show called My Life with Derek. That's how I see it.
Mm, okay, that makes sense.
Sure, we have this the main character is supposed to be someone who's supposed to be ordinary. There's not really much special about them, besides that they have heart, they have drive, they have goals. But that character's obsession is with this other character. So in this case, this is Lois Lane's obsession with Superman. And from what I saw, people were trying to it's like her whole thing was trying to get his secret identity so she can go leak it to the masses and let everyone know that Clark Kent is Superman. That's if she finds out that he is indeed Superman. Because she believes that's her duty as a journalist to publish and just leak secrets or whatnot. And but besides that, from the beginning, I don't really know much about it as well. I do remember that the voice actor that's doing Superman, I believe his name is Jack Quaid or something like that.
Hmm.
Yes. He and what's his name again? That actor, Nicolas Cage, and another person. They're in this weird club of actors who have played both Superman and Spider-Man in some capacity. The guy who did the voice acting for Spider-Man in Spectacular Spider-Man also did the voice acting for Superman from Legion of Superheroes. This an old cartoon. And then you have Nicolas Cage. He voiced Spider Noir. He's also playing Spider Noir in live action, and he voiced Superman as well. And
Oh,
well,
okay.
yeah,
He's also Ghost Rider.
yeah, but no, yes, he did Ghost Rider as well. But it's about a special category of these three actors being the only three to play both Superman and Spider Man in some capacity. That's the focal point here. Yes, Nicolas Cage played Ghost Rider, but they even said it themselves like, hey, they're in this weird club of people who happen to play both roles. I don't remember what Jack Quaid played Spider Man in, but he's Superman, and then he played a Spider Man like character in On the Boys, the show that he's in as Huey Campbell. So yeah, I thought that was a little fun tidbit to add.
So I know some more apps. Are you talking about actual Superman and the DC and Marvel? Is that
Yes,
what
but
you're
more specific.
talking
Yes,
about?
yes, but more specifically, actors or three actors who have gotten the chance to play both Spider Man and Superman at some point in time.
Oh, okay. Cause I know a lot more acrobats
Yeah,
than in both
there's
both.
a lot more. Yes, but in terms of that very small niche category, they're the only three to date that fits the bill. I remember Jack Quaid's name and Nicolas Cage's name, but I don't remember the other guy who was in Spectacular Spider-Man as Peter Parker. I believe his name is Josh something. But yeah,
Andrew Garfield?
no.
Oh,
Spectacular Spider-Man, not Amazing Spider-Man.
hmm.
The one that people loved before Drake Bell took over in Ultimate Spider-Man. That's what I'm referring to. The one that people love that they wish did never got cancelled.
The one that got canceled. Okay, that
I
makes
Yeah.
never
sense.
seen that one,
The one
but
that goes spectacular Spider-Man, spectacular Spider-Man. That's what I'm talking about.
yeah, I never seen that one. But growing up, I ain't gonna lie, I thought the Drake Bell one, the Ultimate Spider-Man on Disney SD, I thought that was the shit.
Yo, I loved it. That's what I when I came to America. That's what I was on. So I
Like
love that one.
you
But
got to
apparently
see,
people hated it.
you got to see, who we had? We had Iron Fist. You got to
Hmm.
see the full potential of Iron Fist.
The Web
I seen
Warriors.
that
You
one
feel
Uh
too.
me?
huh.
Yeah,
Came
And
through. We saw
I seen that one
Tigress,
too.
yes, Tigress. You feel me?
Cloak and Dagger. They
You got
came
their
through.
own team,
Yep,
Luke
Cloak
Cage.
and Dagger. Yep, that like you've seen more of
Yeah,
the
you got his
side
own
characters
little
and
team
their
and shit.
abilities more on Ultimate Spider-Man.
You saw Nova Corps.
Yeah, Nova. See, like that's like they ain't do nothing for Nova yet, and Nova's one of those ones.
Hmm.
Yeah, man.
The humor. The humor's pretty cool too.
So,
I like the story though.
w-
Like when they like the stories that they be doing, I don't like them.
so with that, um, for the first review for season one, I would say there was a lot of critics. There was a lot of critics for Spider, My Adventure Spider-Man season one.
I mean,
All of them,
Superman. Adventures of Superman.
yeah, Superman
Adventures of
Adventure,
Superman.
yeah.
Hmm.
There was like 24 reviews and 500 plus ratings. So that's the popcorn meter on Rotten
Hmm.
Tomatoes. On Metacritic, not a lot of people share the same sentiment on Rotten Tomatoes, but I'll read you guys some of the some of what the critics said and some of what the audience says on season one. It. Let me see if I have it up. Yep, I have it up. Okay.
Oh, and I remember that from what I saw in My Adventures with Superman, his powers are slightly different, meaning that there was an issue, or sorry, there was a specific run. I don't remember if it was New 52 or Rebirth or whatever a run of comics that they had, where something happened to Superman and it got split into two,
Hmm.
to one red, one blue, and the blue had electric powers. Um, in My Adventures with Superman, he has electric powers for some reason.
Hmm.
They're bringing it back. Like, okay, it's weird, but well, I can let it slide because electric powers. Like, why do you want to make Superman overpowered? Back in the days, Superman had this ability where he could shoot mini versions of himself from his palm, and in the Christopher Reeves version, he threw his the S off the crest off his chest onto someone, and it formed like a blanket over them and held them prisoner for a few seconds. Like, what more powers do you want? This He turned back time in that movie. Like, what more powers do you want to give this dude?
Hmm.
Now he has electric powers. Like, and it looks cool. I will say it looks cool, but it's like, why? You know?
Yes. That is
Also, in
true.
a way, it kind of did not help that Lois Lane, she's more of a tomboy in this, and she also has more of an Amber vibes, Amber from Invincible, where it's almost like she was upset at Superman for not telling, or upset at Clark Kent for not telling her that that he is Superman, and he dove out the window, the classic damsel in distress style, for him to reveal his secret to her, and then after that, she threatened to out his secret because, like I
Wow.
said, that was her goal the whole time. I'm like, nah. Like, I get it. This is probably something that Lois Lane from the back in the day would do, but still, why now? Let's leave that behind. Let's not do this. You see, that is why I love the Lois Lane from Smallville. When she was about to die, she said, "Yo, do not save me. Keep your identity a secret." She was serious. The only reason why she got saved that day is because the Wonder Twins pulled up and they turned into mist. So Superman could go down and do what he needs to do without revealing his secret to the whole world because it wasn't time yet. I mean, it's Smallville. No flights, no tights. So I like that version of Lois Lane there compared to the version of Lois Lane that they have in My Adventures with Superman. At least in this category, because again, I haven't seen the show to know if that's all there is to the character or what. But from just that little aspect, I love how Lois Lane in the Smallville TV show handled that scenario. One, she was in active danger and said, "Hey, I know how important you are to the world, and you don't want to reveal your identity yet. I get it. I will sacrifice myself so that you can keep your identity secret." This one in this show, she's like, "Nah, you gonna tell me today whether or not you're Superman. I'm gonna dive out this window."
That's crazy.
She no danger. She is the danger. Like, nah, that's, that's some scary shit, man. Like, and the thing is, you have to remember, this is the person that is destined to be with Superman. That toxicness is what you gotta be bringing to the relationship off the jump. Like, nah, that level of toxicity.
Facts.
I'll be scared for him.
Yeah, that
I
is.
feel like too they didn't really advertise this show.
Yeah, they
Say
didn't.
that again.
They
Like
didn't.
I don't really see any advertisement for this. Like no
Oh,
trailers, no like nothing.
they
They
did
just
advertise in the beginning, but people don't really hype it up as much anymore. After the initial hype of the show being a thing, the hype was done. No one cared to hype it up anymore, and especially after they brought in Supergirl, and they brought her in as being on the dark side, I believe, in the show for season two, I think. Like, nah, they didn't really care to advertise anymore. No one was saying anything about it. Everyone is so focused on, oh, what is Marvel doing? Oh, what is going on in DC movie sphere? Like, what's going on over there? No one cares to say, hey, what's going on with Mad Adventures with Superman?
cause I never seen I didn't know it was out.
I
Like
know that it exists.
like I saw no advertising.
Yeah, but there is an advertising for the third season though, and it's supposed to be coming soon. That's
Oh,
what
you think they're gonna be coming on swinging?
uh, that one I don't know. Due to the fact that um well, let's see what the rating says because this person says here my adventures with Superman is a fantastic reinvention of the iconic hero that will make you fall in love with the ridiculousness charming cast. That's one. Then the second one says, "We need this sweet pie version of Superman now more than ever." Third This is a godlike alien who falls in love with the bravery and uniqueness of best friends Lois Lane and Jimmy. This is a boy from space who holds to his main Western values. This is Superman. After years of watching Superman uh, uh, viciously mow, mow people down, mow people down in the name of justice on the big screen, this is welcome change of pace that feels much more reflective of the ideals Jerry Siegel and Joe Huster wanted to define their iconic creation. So um, that's another one. With its cheer-worthy visual story, warm heart, and character imagination, that's like a playground. Imagination comes to life. It's only too bad that Adventures can put its many fascinating ideas into a more intelligent and mature format. That's some of the critics, right? For just season one. Now let's go for the audience. The audience is praising it 5 out of 5. One person said, charming without being childish, wholesome without being uh, scarishing, whatever that word is supposed to mean. Let's she spelt it wrong. Uh, and realistic enough to offer real emotion. Stakes with saccharine. Okay. Be without being saccharine and realistic enough to offer real emotion. Stakes without ever losing the fun superhero vibes. I found it very satisfying and the fresh takes on familiar characters engaging. Uh, peak peak big blue cartoon frankly. I watched this season soon after my second viewing of Superman 2025 and my goodness, how quickly and thoroughly I fell in love with these characters. I'm shying away from making this 5 star only because I feel I've been handing them out today. So people are loving this type of iteration of Superman when it comes to season one. Now, let's see what's happening with season two now, because season two could be a different story now. But it seems like people love um my Avengers with Superman season one. Seems like everybody uh loved it with season one. Now, do they have what it takes for season two now? That is the
Oh,
question.
also, Jesse,
Yes.
it also did not do much favors for the show from its inception when people saw, oh, they made Lewis Lane not only short, but they made Lewis Lane black. And then the cutter here turned it into this not femboy, like the tomboy aesthetic that she had compared to the so to speak graceful long bouncy hair, not bouncy but long straight hair Lewis Lane that they used to. People
Hmm.
thought that, oh, this is just some SJW isms that's going on right now. So that made some people tune out as well.
You think that was the issue?
Yeah, that was a part of it for some people, not for everybody, but for some people.
Hmm, that makes sense. That make total sense. But I just, I for me, I'm gonna take the time to watch it um this week because it's only 3 hours per season, so it's not that long. So I will be adding this on to the list of shows to watch for the year. Hopefully, hopefully is not what other people uh, think about when it comes to season two.
Also, some people like the cutesy anime style aesthetic that it has. A lot of some people like that. Some people are like, oh, now they're turning into anime, but then some people like it as well.
Hmm.
They were they were like, oh, this is nice, this is different. So that's one of the ways that My Adventures with Superman stood out from other shows. Think this one I need. And also not leaning into traditional stories. So they had a lot of robots. That's a flint pack. I don't need a flint pack. Like
Oh,
mechs and whatnot. I just need a single pack
okay.
right here.
But season two, there's only 8 critics that said something. One of them was IGN. As it dives deeper into Superman lore and ups the stake for Man of Steel, there's a risk of losing touch with the core dynamic that made the first season so strong. Interesting. And she gave it a 7 out of 10. This is from IGN.
Post the links. Usually put the links in the chat so we can all see it.
I got you.
Mm.
What's up? What's up, everybody? What's up? If anybody would like to talk about DC and Marvel, you can definitely uh, comment. If you guys want to comment, I'm here to hear you guys out. My producer Pat is gonna be monitoring the chat log. If
Yeah, man. Drop your comments and we'll get to them.
Yeah, definitely. If you want to raise your hand and talk about these set of topics that we have for today, definitely just raise your hand and then bring you up on the stage so you can have the conversation. If not, if you just want to listen, that's cool too. So yeah, it's astonished though where on season two there's only 8 critics that wrote something. And then in the first
In addition
season,
to, in contrast to the first season, right?
yes, yes.
Which shows that in some way, shape, or form, interest for the show has dropped.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Hmm.
It seems that way. That's according like for example, all the critics gave it a 4 out of 5. All the critics gave it a 4 out of 5. The only one that gave it a little bit more higher was this girl named Anna. It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's more delightful Superman story on our screen every week. That's all she said. I wish she would say more. Did she say more?
Also, with these ratings and rankings from these people, you have to consider as well. What are these ratings based on? What does this critic that think is
When
a good time or something that's worth watching, and how
when
do
it, when
they
when when
qualify that stance?
when they when they
Look,
when they say when they say 4 out of 5, that's like a B. When they say 7 out of 10, it's like a C. That's like a C plus rating.
not what I'm saying. That's
Oh,
not what I'm saying at all.
oh,
For
based on
example,
what they
what if
saying.
okay, let's say for example this movie called Fish Tales, right?
Hmm.
With Billy Zane. What if someone say, "Oh, this is a horrible movie," and so they give it like 0 stars or whatever. But someone else sees that movie and they're like, "Oh, this movie is so beautiful," and they give it like a 4 out of 5 because that person over here likes cheesy rom-com stuff, whereas this other person is like, "Hey, there's no much action in this." So that's what I'm saying. What is this? This
Oh,
person
I
ranking
get
it
what you're
based
saying.
on?
I get what you're
Mhm,
saying. So let me open up the review for IGN
mhm.
and read exactly what she said, word for word. Um, and
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 even what's not said, what if this person genuinely likes things that are cutesy and she likes relationship stuff? So no, she rates it higher because it shows that. And she likes that it shows that. But if someone else sees it and they like it for something else, and they rate it according to that something else that they like it for.
that is true. That
So
is true.
sure, it's getting high ratings, but is it getting high ratings for the reason that we're thinking it gets high ratings or should be getting high ratings? Or what? How are they qualifying their ratings? Because that person's 5 star and your 5 star might not be the same thing.
Mm. Well,
You get what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah, but I talking deep
Yeah,
review.
but on the surface, what you see is that it got 5 star rating or it got 4 to 5 ratings. But
Yeah, and they and
people's
they and they
choices
have and
lead
they
them to
have
certain
what they
like
said.
something influences their choices. So
And
you don't see the influence, you just see the final result.
no, I see the writing too. Their review, the critic review, it says 4 out of 5, and also they
Hmm.
say from Tom Spores from Loud and Clear Review in a genre that can be at time feels um her 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 merginous. It's amazing that in my Avengers with Superman, we've got a show that does such a good job standing out simply by just being one of the best animated rom-coms we've
See,
gotten
see,
in a long time. That's from one person. Then
but you
another,
see the focus, though, right?
yeah, yeah, I see it.
Hmm.
And then Jonathan from Dynamic Duo Podcast said an endearing and romantic continuation of the Shonen anime adaptation of Superman's mythos, showcasing strong character relationships and themes. He listed as 4 out of 5. Then the other guy from Cinema Debate, he listed as a 4, a fantastic and refreshing adaptation for most iconic characters in the superhero world. It's been great to see Superman make a true resurgence in animation. Great animation, strong voice acting, and great narrative direction. You know, so that's most of pretty much the eight people that gave it a score. Most of them are like 4 out of 5, A minus. This one from A minus says it all works so well, from animated style design to some great dialogue to the strong supporting voice casting. So that's just all those critics. And then when it comes to the audience, let's see what the audience says. One of the audience says The show continues to be charming and wholesome without ever flinching from realistic emotions, stakes, and complicated issues. As an adult viewer, I found myself surprisingly engaged. The second half of season it particularly affects effective tenses. Then she gave it a straight out of five. This one gave another one. Stammy gave it I think a 4.3. It's like a half a star. A three and a half a star. So I'm thinking that's three, a 3.5 maybe. Enjoyable superhero cartoon that keeps it light. That's all she said. And then this other person that gave it a 5 out of 5. Easily one of my favorite show out of there. I watched the season in one day. All in one day in one sitting, and that says a lot because I've always been against the idea of bringing culture. This show earns that. However, that's a lot. There's a lot wrong with this series. This one is interesting. It's imperfect, but one major complaint I have is with this show's take on Supergirl, the dumbest brute with broken English. Troops is kinda silly to me. One of the top of this, Clark lost his trunks in the final, which deeply upsets me. That's that's it. That's my main two complaints. The characters are all amazing. Lois continues to be just great in this iteration um of Jimmy's earning his spot near my Mount Rushmore of characters. I may have complained about this show's Supergirl. I still love her and her arc. I'm suckered for redemption story because of my own troubled past. So naturally, she was incredibly compelling to me. So that's just one person that says uh, her two biggest complaint is that Superman lost his trunks. You know, so that's one of the thing um, with even hearing these reviews, guys. Does that make you guys want to at least try to watch season one and season two?
I'll personally check it out to see what's the dealio when I get a chance to. How long is an episode?
Sounds like it's worth it. Even though
It's it's
I ain't really with the Superman. I mean, we already have like a Superman, so
mm, it's 3 hours long per season, so it's not that long. It's 20
How
minutes,
long is an episode? That's what I asked.
20 minutes, 20
Okay, there
twenty
we
four
go. I can
minutes.
I can speak through that
Yeah, 20 24 minutes.
because the shorter the episodes, the more you want to watch. It's this weird thing.
Mm-hmm.
The shorter the episodes, the more you want to watch it. And especially with me, who like to speed through the stuff, to speed up the videos, the shows I'm watching a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna want to watch it even more.
Hmm.
But yeah, they're saying essentially that the character is part Starfire and part Bizarro in terms of the broken English.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. I got that too.
Me, I'm angry. No, me, I'm the angry.
Mm.
Me, I'm the happy to be in the home. Thank you for welcoming me to the earth.
And then I'm gonna read you guys two one score, 1 star or half a star. This person says Superman is supposed to be Superman, but this shows feminism, him and ruin his character, making him into a buffoon. On top of that, it adds a wannabe anime dynamic to the show with which doesn't fit with
Told you.
Americans' sensibilities. That's the person that one
Yeah,
started
but
it.
what do they mean? Any idea what they mean by that?
What? As far as no, this is all they wrote. Superman is supposed to be a Superman, but it shows feminism. Him, feminism.
Yes,
Him.
because he's kind of like this, just the best friend. They kind of treat him, from what I've seen, they kind of treat him like the best friend on that show. And but again, also what people have to take into consideration is that this is being told from Lois Lane's perspective. It's not Superman's show. It's Lois Lane's show, but there's stuff Superman beside it because, well, that's what she's focusing on, telling his story, like what's her opinion of him. So of course we should expect it to be feministic in tone and in nature.
And but he says at the end too. He said, which doesn't fit with American sensibilities.
That's what I'm saying. That part. What does he mean by that statement?
I
Any
wish
idea
I,
what he means by the statement? Because I have no clue.
I wish I knew. I wish I knew
Hmm.
what he meant, what he or she meant by
I
American
guess he's trying to say
sensibilities.
that Superman is supposed to be American, but we seem to have forgotten that he renounced his American citizenship and is now a world citizen in the comics. Also, there is a Superman of China. If
Ah,
people don't know.
that's
Isn't
crazy.
there a Superman in Russia?
Yes,
Oh,
that's
there's
a Red
Superman in
Sun
Russia
Superman.
too.
That's different. But even then, it showed that Superman is not just American. And even the American version of Superman from Red Sun Superman was Bizarro. So what are we doing?
That too. And then, and then another one says it's like someone saw a teenage girl's Superman fan fiction page on Facebook and decided to make a show about it.
I can see that. But again, this is Superman from the perspective of Lois Lane. That's why it
Yeah,
says my adventures. It doesn't say Superman adventures. My Lois Lane's adventures with Superman.
yeah,
So I get that. I get the criticisms, but the criticisms only come from people not reading what the title of the show is called.
that's true.
If you
That
read
is
the title
true.
of the show, you already have a frame of mind as to what to expect and go in. So you will have your complaints, but not as much. It's the same approach that I take when I'm watching Daredevil Born Again. Like I said, the only reason why I don't crash out more when I'm watching that show is because I tell myself, hey, this takes place in an alternate universe. So I can whatever goes on there, I can let it slide and just try to enjoy the show for what it is. So same way, you watch My Adventures with Superman. Remember, it's not Superman's story. This is Lois Lane's story,
Facts, facts.
and you won't feel as upset or angry watching it.
Yeah, facts, facts with that. So that's just what people thought about it. Um, I wish that it was on my radar. I seen I seen the season 3 poster, and I was like, huh? Wait a second. Where? How the heck did
I
I
believe
miss
Darkseid is
this?
supposed to pull up too. I don't know if Darkseid's gonna be a part of it at some point, but I believe he's supposed to be pulling up at somewhere down the line. The reason the reason why I say this is because when we got introduced to Supergirl, she was dressed in kind of parademon armor or apocalypse clothes or her or whatever the suit that she was wearing.
Hmm. Facts.
So that would be very interesting if they actually if they show Darkseid or what he's gonna look like. Also,
That's dope.
if they're gonna show Darkseid, welcome. Is Darkseid gonna be as powerful as he is in the comics? Or are they gonna show a fraction of that? Because we have never seen a
He's
truly
gonna be that.
comic accurate Darkseid.
He
Especially when
ain't
you
gonna be
consider
small
that,
over.
especially when you consider that every single version of Darkseid that we have ever seen is never true Darkseid. canonically, this is a piece of Darkseid that he wants to show, that he wants to bring or show in that universe or in that reality. It's kind of
No,
like how
he's so enormous that he has to shrink himself into a smaller form because he's bigger than the universe.
exactly he's way bigger than the universe, and he can't just come into the universe just as is, because this one time he collapsed onto the multiverse, and it caused problems for everybody. Everybody was feeling it. Every single reality was feeling it. But
He's his own entity.
in the so his I look at his story like this. You know how Venom operates, right? The Venom symbiote with Null and that.
Yeah,
How is he's a part of a hive mind. So every version of him that you see in any movie, any TV show, any comic book,
yeah.
they all know
It's an
what's going
image.
on in the other realities.
Yeah, it's just an image.
Yeah, every single version of Venom that we've seen, whether Eddie Brock Venom or whomever, they all know what's going on in every single reality according to the comics, because they operate by a hive mind. So
Mm,
it's the same way with Darkseid. Every single version of him, every single alias
facts,
ever taken, he knows it.
facts.
Across the TV show, comics, um, TV series, video game, whatever. He's aware of every single thing, because that's never truly him. That's just a piece of himself to the sense that he sends from where he is outside the multiverse into every single one of those realities.
Never seen it. Go look up Death Battle. They did Darkseid versus Thanos. It was pretty awesome.
What's good,
Say that again.
Glenn? What's good, TT?
Yeah, Galen, what's good? Galen, Braylon.
It's called Death Battle. It's called Death Battle. It was
Yo,
Thanos
yo.
versus
Oh,
Darkseid.
Screw Attack Death Battle. Are you talking when he went up against Thanos?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that shit was
that
fire.
that was dope.
It was like
That is what I want him to do in a cause
facts.
that's the version of Darkseid that Superman had to beat by singing.
Facts.
Yeah, man. Superman went High School Musical on Darkseid and beat him by singing.
Ha.
Yeah,
Hey,
Because you
hey,
were saying that
that's on it's on
the
YouTube.
universe focus on music on string theory, and all it comes down to is just the right vibration. And because Superman has perfect pipes, Superman is the most perfect being. He can do pretty much anything. He's the most important thing to any universe being successful. He just did what he was written to do. He beat the odds.
facts.
Hey, is that on YouTube?
No,
Death
no.
Battle?
Uh,
Yes,
uh.
Death Battle is on YouTube. Screw
Okay.
Attack Death Battle is on YouTube.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
facts.
All right.
And there are people on YouTube who put in the work to tell you information about these characters, what they have done. Comics Explain. You have Imaginary Access, Comic Drake,
Yeah,
Variant Comics,
yeah, they do
Comic Historian,
scientific.
RIP.
They do the scientific part of it too, like
Yes,
what's
Imaginary
going
Access does
to
the
come up.
scientific part.
Yeah, facts. Yeah, I love
Don't
Death Battle. I've
don't
been
we
watching Death
do
Battle since we started.
don't we do other IPs from other universes?
What do you mean, OG?
Like I thought they didn't just do Marvel and DC, but they did
Now they do cartoons, anime.
like cartoons,
Yeah.
Star Wars. I feel like and not just Marvel and DC.
They did Yoda versus Mickey Mouse from Kingdom Hearts.
Ha ha ha
Oh,
ha
Yeah,
oh,
ha.
you're talking about Death Battle. Oh,
yeah, that's part of
oh yeah, they do it. They do everything, man. They do everything.
it. Much more than Marvel
They
and
do everything.
DC.
I love. They do anime. They do comics. They do movies. They do just random nerd stuff. It's dope. They do everything.
Because they do the research. I love them because they do the research.
Yeah. Even though sometimes they're biased, but they do put that work in.
Superman versus Goku.
Oh shit. Superman versus Goku.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's an old one. That's an
Yeah,
oldie.
they did it
Yeah, you
twice.
have to. That's
They did it
like
twice.
around
I'm
back when
gonna have to
YouTube was
look.
just coming out, essentially.
I'm gonna have to look at that.
Yeah, man.
Yo, bro, they got some real serious death battles up there, bro. Like they had Raiden versus Wolverine, Dante versus Bayonetta, Splinter Cell versus Solid Snake from Metal Gear Solid. Shit,
Mm,
crazy.
Iron Man versus Optimus Prime. That was a
Yeah,
funny one.
Iron Man versus Batman. That shit was
Mhm.
fire. I didn't like the
You had
animated
Reverse
though, but
Flash versus Zamasu.
facts, facts.
You had Quicksilver versus the Flash. You had Sonic versus Speedy.
what's up, Mr. Arco?
Facts.
Yeah, they did.
Going on, how y'all
They do a
doing?
lot. They get around.
What happened, Mister?
And
Yeah, I highly appreciate it.
I'm very thankful for channels like those who keep the fandom alive, who keep the excitement alive, who keep the conversations going about, they get
Facts.
people more interested in these characters and these stories.
I,
Yeah, I
I,
highly appreciate it.
But go
I
ahead, I'm
just
sorry.
wanted to give them credit where credit was due, because it's
Hmm.
not just Marvel and DC. They expanded
Oh yeah,
on that. So
oh
I
yeah.
wanted to give them credit.
As we should. Yeah,
Yeah.
man. Thank you, OG.
Mi-
Hey, do you think that'll ever happen though? Like in the Ultimate Universe or something?
No, legal reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Legal
that actually
reasons.
has been done though.
People don't like
There
to
has
share. They want
it's
to be
been
greedy
done.
with their properties. They're like, oh,
It's
you're
been
gonna
done in
pay
comic
us, and no
books.
one's willing to cough up the money.
Nah, but
But they
it's been done in comic books. You don't have Marvel
Yes,
versus DC and shit like that.
back in the day, and they're trying to bring it back. They're trying to bring it back. I don't know how successful they're gonna be, but they're trying to bring back.
I don't know. It's
They
gonna be
had this thing
crazy.
I would
called
love to
amalgam
see
comics.
Batman versus Tony Stark. That'd be a good one.
Yeah.
No, no, no. It's not just that. We had comics where they fused. For example,
Yeah,
Batman and
remember
Wolverine
that?
fused together,
Yep.
and Spider-Man and Nightwing fused together as well. You
Yeah, they
had
had
Captain America
Superman,
hold. You
Captain
had
America.
no Superman holding Captain America's shield and
Yeah,
Thor's
facts.
hammer.
Yep.
Yeah,
That'll be valid.
them joints were nice.
Yeah, the crossovers be the best.
Doctor Strange and Doctor Fate fused to make Doctor Strange Fate.
I think they had did a fusion with Deadpool too. It was Deadpool and something else.
Hmm.
Mm.
I think they had did
Yo,
something like
these
that.
these episodes are like 25 minutes, so this is like a real.
Nah, this shit
So it's
real,
like
real shit. Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's like
Real,
25
real.
minutes. Yeah, I thought it was like gonna be like a like one of them joints for like 8 minutes, 5 minutes, something
Nah,
like
because they
that.
go through the research of both sides. You get to hear the both sides.
Most of the
Like,
runtime is with the research.
Oh, okay,
facts.
gotcha.
Try to make the show the evidence, and then afterwards, no, like about the 10-minute mark, the 14-minute mark, for that last 5, 6, 7 minutes, they gets down to the action. Oh, there was one, the
Gotcha.
Deadpool versus the Mask one. Sorry, Deadpool versus Big Head. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
Galen, you know the character that Jim Carrey played in The Mask, Stanley
Yep.
Ipkiss. In
Mm-hmm.
the comics
Yeah.
is based on the character is called Big Head.
I didn't know that.
Mm.
That's crazy. I
Yeah,
didn't
man.
know that.
I figured that.
Yeah.
I figured that.
Hmm.
And he also the character is very bloody in the comics. They toned it down because Jim Carrey hates violence, so
Oh
they
well,
made
yeah.
him into comedy for this
Yeah, he was wild.
for the show. But the actual the comics itself that's based on is so violent. For example, remember that scene from The Mask when they turned into a band when Jim Carrey made everyone start singing, all the cops were singing.
Yes.
He had the
That's in the
Yeah,
comics. You
yeah,
know what
yeah.
happened there? He blew everyone down. He massacred everybody. He killed all the
yeah,
cops there
facts.
in the
They
comics.
killed everybody in it. Yeah.
That's what went down there. Meanwhile, yeah, this one panel, this guy just kept cutting into his face, just keep making carvings into his face and just staring down the camera. Yeah,
That's
man.
nice.
But Jim Carrey was like, nah, I'm not into violence at all. I can't do that. Violence doesn't go well with me. I hate violence. So they say, no, let's turn it to comedy, and the comedy worked.
Yeah, but I feel like if they didn't make it a comedy, it probably wouldn't have been as good as it was.
Mm.
I think too much of the gore because around that
Yeah,
time, like
absolutely.
he
Yeah,
being too
because
gory, it wouldn't
It
have
was
been good.
bloody, man.
yeah, because
It's
Jim Carrey
worse.
was like,
It's kind of
yeah,
up there with the boys.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like it's like it wouldn't have went that far if it
Mm,
wasn't a comedy. It wouldn't have went that far.
Well,
yeah, I think Jim Carrey was huge back then too.
exactly. So what
well,
he says goes.
well. With the new season 3 photo, this is what I saw on Twitter. I was like, wait a second.
Oh. Oh, they're doing Cyborg Superman. Let's go.
So I was like, wait a second. They
Huh?
had
Wait,
this
Reign of the Superman. Didn't we just do that?
just it's part of the event the my Avengers with Superman.
I
This
I
is
kn- I know I see that, but I'm talking about the storyline itself, the storyline that they're doing in the show,
well,
right? We already saw that.
we about to read it together. It says here
Mhm.
key points. My Avengers with Superman season 3 sets a summer premiere date. Showrunner Jake Walt confirms that the new story is inspired by the reign, like you just said, the reign of Superman's comics of the 90s, with an exclusive first look at Cyborg Superman. Season 3 will also include an appearance by Jessica Cruz, the character that will headline her on Green
Yeah,
Lantern
she's a Green
show.
Lantern. Yeah,
So Wyatt provides an update on the spinoff. It's been nearly 2 years since we got a new episode, the animation DC series starting Jack Quid as the voice of Clark Kent. Part of that came down to logistics. Animation takes a long. Oh,
a long time.
hold on. Okay, because my OBS froze on me. Um, okay.
Does anybody see anything wrong with that?
What do you mean,
With what?
I've never seen a female Green Lantern ever.
Really? Where have you,
bro? Where
dude?
have you
Have you not
been?
watched Super? Have you not watched
You didn't
Stargirl?
watch Stargirl?
Whoa, 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 whoa! Hold
Did you
on,
not watch
hold
Stargirl, my
on,
guy?
Where have you
hold on.
been?
Y'all trying bro. I'm just saying, bro. I never seen a female Green Lantern,
Well,
bro.
and again, we
I thought
ask,
they
nigga, have you not seen Stargirl? Yes
Yeah,
or
yeah,
no?
but they had the, no, but
All
they
right,
had their
there we
own
go. That's your
they
problem
had
right
their
there.
own
Go
core
watch
for that
Stargirl. It's
though.
fire.
Yeah, but they have their own core. They're not Green Lanterns. They're Sapphire Lanterns.
wait, what's the difference?
I've never seen. What do you mean? Sapphire. They use love energy, and all right. So Green Lantern is willpower. Sapphire is love.
Nah, well, this
Yeah, you're right.
this
Yeah.
one, Stargirl, she's from uh what's the title again? Was it? Oh, I forgot the name. But she was part of
She's the Justice Society of America.
yes,
Oh, okay. No, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
yes, she's part of she. So
She's a junior member of the Justice Society of America. So is in depending on which version of comics you're reading, this is either a group that predates the Justice League, or it's another group that's running simultaneous with the Justice League,
I have to
or
be up to
it's a
date.
group that
I have to be up to
replaces the
date.
Justice League altogether. So instead of having
So,
Superman, even though some groups have Superman, some versions doesn't have Superman at all. But the main leader of the Justice Society is typically either Starman or
yeah,
um
right.
or what's in them again, Hawkman, or Mr. Terrific,
Okay.
or Our
Okay.
Man, depending on which version of the characters you're meeting,
yeah.
and from which reality.
But this one has
Yeah, but I'm saying, so
It
y'all
has
But
seen,
yeah,
so y'all
Jessica
seen the Green
Cruz
Lantern.
is typically a Green Lantern who she is, if I remember correctly, she is supposed to be the daughter of Alan Scott, who was the first Green Lantern.
Yeah, I know.
mm,
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I'm saying, out of my all my whole time of comic book history and all that, I've never seen a female Green Lantern.
wow.
Also,
Me,
she was the focal point of Justice League, the animated series tie-in, which they had a tie-in with the Fatal. They had the Fatal Five. So you remember
Yeah,
the old Justice League animated
I remember
series
that.
with that Bruce Timm made?
Yeah, I was just watching that
Yes.
actually.
So they did a movie. They did a tie-in movie that featured the Fatal Five,
Mm,
and Saturn Boy was going to blow up or something like that. And Jessica Cruz had to learn how to take over as a new Green Lantern in John Stewart's place.
okay, okay, I understand. I know what you're
a-
talking about.
animation takes a long time to produce. and the first two seasons were ordered in one batch of 20 episodes for Cartoon Network and HBO Max. Showrunner Jake Wyatt explains to Entertainment Weekly. Then the Warner Brothers Discovery merger yield a wait and see period after season one aired. He said, I wanted to be clear. Wyatt clarifies the studio was always super supportive and ready to make it. We just needed the stars and the bank accounts to align. We we'll now get to see what the team has been cooking behind the scenes later this year. My Avengers with Superman season three premieres will first air during the Adult Swim Toon um Toonami. I don't know who they are. Anime action
Tsunami. It's Tsunami. The
Tsunami.
series, bro?
Yeah,
Yeah, Tsunami.
Tsunami
Wow.
anime action block on Saturday, June 13th at midnight. So this is gonna show up June 13th. So that's a day after the Punisher at midnight. So
That's funny. I'm surprised at that too. Cartoon Network, doing that, they had to put it on Adult Swim. I'm surprised at that because they don't really do like they do superhero stuff like that, but I didn't expect them. I didn't expect them to be Adult Swim. I thought it was gonna be Cartoon Network, but understandable.
So it says here, I just wanted to thank the fans for their patience on that because of the fans have been really amazing. Quid Quid says separately, adding it's really great season. I've seen some of it. It's really funny, but the stakes are also so much higher. Why a showrunner and executive producer with Brandon Cog- Cogher confirms the comic book's inspiration the show tackles next. We're digesting uh, region of Superman. To hammer that home, the official promo art reveals a first look at Cyborg Superman, aka Hank Henshaw, aka Hank Henshaw, who was established at the end of My Adventure Superman season two, where Cyborg Superman right out the gate, Wyatt says. So, with that being said, I'm gonna be watching since this comes out next week and Daredevil ends this week. I'm gonna be having a good time. I'm gonna be having a good time watching.
Finally.
I'm gonna be at I'm gonna be having a good time watching this. It's
Mhm.
gonna take 3 hours, so I'm gonna be
Well,
watching it. I'm gonna be watching this during the morning when my daughter leaves to go to school, and take it from there, bit by bit. Um, so yeah, from listening to all this from season one to two, then now we're getting this type of iteration of Superman. What do you guys take? What are your last uh take y'all can say about
right.
this type of iteration? Y'all gonna pass on it, or y'all gonna give a y'all gonna give it a
Um,
review for
how much you want to
next
bet?
year?
How much you want to bet that people ain't gonna know the origins of Cyborg Superman?
Not many. I would say not many, because
Yeah, I
I
know.
honestly I honestly didn't know.
I
Once
was
I
in the midst of
what
telling you what I was thinking on the matter earlier.
I honestly didn't know. Once I saw his face look like a half cyborg, half Superman, it got me
Yes, yeah.
intrigued.
So in the comics, Cyborg Superman, I don't remember everything about him, but
But he
something
was an
happened. There was a
astronaut,
plane,
and
a
yeah, he
space
ended up
crash,
dying. Yeah, space station,
mm,
the
and
space
he blamed
ship that he was
Superman
in.
for what
Yep.
happened to him, and he just wants to ruin his life.
And then he went to
Because
Lex
like
Luthor, and Lex
we
Luthor made
believed
his
in you,
body.
we didn't do anything because we said Superman is gonna save me. Don't worry,
Yep.
guys, Superman is gonna save us,
Yep.
and you didn't come and save us. What's wrong with you? Why didn't you save us? You had one job, which is to save us. We were depending on you, Superman. Why didn't you come and save us? I hate you. That's how it
Yep.
goes in the comics. They kind
Yep.
of change it up in the iteration that they did a few years back, which is what I
The
was saying.
animated series did it good too. Like
It-
Superman animated series, I liked it that one. I liked it that iteration of Cyborg Superman.
which
That's a
one?
good
You said
iteration.
series.
Yeah, the Superman animated series.
I know he
Yeah.
was in a movie.
No, he was in animated series too. He had came down when Superman after Doomsday, he was the replacer of Superman, but he was over there,
That's the movie, my guy. And that's what I was gonna say. We already saw this storyline in a movie a few years ago, right? Just before just before the Tomorrow verse, we saw this character portrayal. We already saw the story. We already got the storyline called Reign of Superman, where we got Steel, which is John Henry Irons. We got Superboy.
yeah.
We got Superman in black suit. We had Eradicator
Yeah.
Superman, and we also had Cyborg
Hmm.
Superman. They did that already. Why are we doing it again so soon? As if the
I mean,
old
like I
one
said,
is
they
still
did it
fresh
in
in our
the animated
memories.
series, and that was like what that shit came out in like fucking like 1998 or 2000 or something, like
No,
99
what
or
about
some shit. They
the
been
one
did
you're
that
speaking about?
shit with Cyborg
No,
Superman.
no, no, no. The one I'm speaking about. Let me see. Let me type this up right now. Reign of Superman. Son, this came in 2019, my
Yeah,
guy.
animated series has
This is
all those
fresh.
episodes. Superman animated series did all those episodes already. We've seen those episodes already in animated form, all of them. Every single one that you're talking about, we
Yeah,
already seen them.
yeah. 2019, guy. This my guy. This is fresh
Yeah, I
stuff.
know,
Look it
but
up.
I'm just saying.
Look it up right now.
Fine.
Um, this is so fresh. Thank you so much. I promise you. It's weird that they're doing it they're retelling that same story so soon.
What you said, Rain and Superman.
Not even waiting at least 10 years. Not even waiting 10 years, just right away. And we already got the story, and they did a pretty decent job of telling the story in Reign of the Superman. Granted, they rushed a bunch of stuff because um in
Yeah,
the comics
yeah, yeah.
that took
I
place
seen
for
this.
several of a lot of issues. But oh, for what they did a great job overall
I
speaking.
actually liked it, this one too. This was a good
Exactly.
one.
So why are we doing it again
Yeah,
so
this one was
soon? That's
good. I
my
liked it,
point.
this. I liked it, this one.
There's so many other Superman stories that they could have told. Mhm.
Yeah, but
They
that's
said
what I'm
that America is
saying. Like
racist.
that, but that's why I said that.
Why not have
But
do
that's why I
Superman fight
wasn't
the
really too
KKK? That
interested
would have been good.
in
Why not have
that's why I
Superman
wasn't too
fight
interested in
Muhammad
the show.
Ali?
That just dropped the movie. That just dropped the fucking movie. Like, what the fuck? You know, keep giving me Superman? Give me something new or something. Give me Superboy Prime or some shit. Like, give me
Exactly.
give me
See, there we
fucking
go.
give me
That's an
something
idea.
like better.
Instead, we're getting something that we literally
Give
just
me
got.
something better. Bro.
We
Yeah,
literally
bro.
just got this. Why are they doing it again?
Yeah, bro. But that's the third time they done did it. That's the third time they done did that already.
There's so many other stories to be told. Like, for example, did you know that Superman he cannot get dirty? Canonically,
Huh.
he cannot get dirty. You know why? He has a bioelectric field around him that prevents him from getting dirty. Not only
That's
that,
fine.
not only
That's fine.
that, he can
That's still fine.
extend his bioelectric field to save other people. So he doesn't have to be touching you,
Oh yeah,
or he
fact.
doesn't have to be putting his cloak or his cape around you in order to protect you. He just needs to touch
Yeah,
you
fact.
or point at you.
That's
And his bioelectric field will escape from him and go and expand and cover you as well. That is the reason why in All Star Superman he was able to get sun cancer. He was able to get
ah,
super cancer because his bioelectric field was trapping the sun radiation underneath, so it couldn't escape. He was just getting more and more and more of it, so he wasn't able to give
that's
any
crazy.
off. It would just dare till it just killed him slowly, which is what Lex Luthor was counting on.
That was crazy. That's crazy. That's nuts.
Yeah, man.
What's that? What's that robot? What's that robot? I forgot the guy name. What's that robot that got the kryptonite in his
Yeah,
as a
Eradicator.
heart?
That's oh no, that's
Oh, okay,
Metallo. Sorry, my
okay,
bad.
yeah.
Metallo.
Mega, yeah. I want to see like either an episode or a movie with him in it because he was ruthless as hell. I
That
like that.
happened
That shit.
twice, my guy. They already did that twice. Well, three times.
Word?
They did it three times. They did Metallo back in Smallville. They ran it back
Oh
with the
yeah,
small.
no, you're right.
They ran it back with a
Facts.
small. His name was Corbin. I
Oh
forgot his
shit.
name, his full name, but his part of his name is Corbin. So
Yeah, yeah,
they
yeah. I
had
think that's his last
Corbin.
name.
They brought him back in the Smallville continuity comics where he took away
Okay.
Lana's powers because remember at some point in Smallville, Lana dove over this kryptonite bomb that Lex Luthor made, and so she absorbed all of the
Mm,
kryptonite, which makes her as powerful as
Yeah, I
Superman.
remember
But now
that.
she can never be
Yeah, I
with
remember
him
that.
because now she has the same powers and is literally poisoning Superman just by being in her presence
Yeah, I remember that.
because of all that kryptonite in her. Well, she and Corbin they faced off in the comics sometime of some years
mm.
after that while she was out in some African country being a liberator to the people. Um,
That's crazy.
and he absorbed all of the kryptonite out of her, so now she's just an ordinary woman again. She doesn't have the powers anymore. So that's one. That's
What's
well,
that
two
other
places
dude's
that we
name?
saw Metallo.
What about old boy that sucks up like he can suck up Superman powers? I forgot his name. He's like purple.
Wait, say that again?
He can absorb Superman's powers.
No, no, no. He has
I forgot
kryptonite.
his
His power.
name.
He has a big piece of kryptonite inside of him.
No,
So,
no, no. I'm talking about a whole nother
oh,
villain.
you mean Parasite?
Parasite. Yeah,
Yeah, but we weren't finished
that's
with
crazy.
I wasn't finished with Metallo. I had to. My bad. So that's two places that we saw Metallo. The next place we see him again is in Supergirl. In the
Okay,
Supergirl with Melissa Benoist. We saw Metallo
I didn't
again
know that.
facing off against Supergirl and also against Tyler Hoechlin's Superman. We
Mm.
also saw him in Justice League Doom.
Oh yeah, no, I seen Justice League Doom.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're right.
which was
I seen
based
him in
on the
that too.
Tower of Babel storyline, in which they got
So,
hold of Batman's secrets. To take
yeah,
down every single Justice League member. So those are the
that's
places.
one of the best. That's one of
Yeah.
the best animated movies ever. That's one of the
And they
best ones
brought
to
him
ever
back
made.
again. They brought him back again in the one of the tie-in specials that they did for the Arrowverse. I believe it was Crisis on Infinite Earths or Crisis on Earth 2, one of them. I'm not sure.
Mm.
So
Nah,
my question is to you guys is that if these are been done already, why is
Why
being
do them
repeat?
again? That's my question. That's my point.
That's my question as well.
You know
What
what? You know what? The, o- the only thing I can think of is because it makes money and
And
because
because
it
they lack
works,
creativity.
lack creativity, it works. If it works, if it's not broke, don't fix it. You can list a whole bunch of reasons why they do it. It's apparently it makes money, so we can say that
and
apparently it's making
I
money.
think
yeah,
I think they just keep people
it's making
attached to
money
the beginning
as
of Superman. Like,
it's making money as well because when it comes to live action iteration, it's way harder than animated version, right?
nah, that's
That's
fair.
that's my perspective when it comes to all these different types of iterations. Animated will probably take maybe 2 to 3 years or so just to make the animated version, but for for
And that is
live
assuming
action,
they're not willing to cut corners.
for live action, yes, that is true. When it comes to
But see,
animated, they're not.
AI is going to compete with live action. Like it's going to be a fan that's going to make something that's going to look like this AI stuff is getting real crazy
Shit, they
Yo,
because
see
already
like
them
did.
taking over, my guy. See them
like I
taking
said,
They
over.
already did.
like Sub Zero versus Raphael, like that was wild.
Fire,
So
fire.
like they got these things like that are kind of this AI thing can kind of replace the live action and it's a lot quicker to make the animation. But
Well,
we'll
yeah,
see.
Ceiling
But
That's
outside
2.0
of
is
yeah,
taking
that,
yeah,
over.
it doesn't
yeah.
show you. It
If
doesn't
the
show you full detail though.
if the tools are being used properly, sure. Because like when it comes to utilizing AI, it's supposed to be utilized as a brainstorm. Like you know how you have like you do the web back in high school or middle school, you use the web and you put the topic in the middle, and then you have these little then you create a web form to brainstorm. Uh that's what I hope they're utilizing it for, to just bring out their all sets of ideas into the forefront so it can be done. Sometimes this is what you need at most time, but far as like creating it graphically or designing it and stuff like that, I still like the manual portion of it, right? If you're gonna, I'd rather you do the manual portion first before you utilize AI to maybe misstep whatever brainstorming you did and stuff like that. Okay, because like AI is supposed to be utilized as a tool, not a a end all be all. You know what I mean? I'm
so
not.
so so let's look at it like this. Let's think outside the box. We got
Yeah.
Acme versus what is it, Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner. We got that movie coming out, right? So
Yes.
that's kind of like Space Jam, right? With the
Yeah.
where the characters interact with cartoons. So then then that comes from Who Framed Roger Rabbit or something like that, right? So that was one aspect. So now what about having live action and then boom, somewhere they go into another world, like Michael Jordan went into the Toon Land, so that saves a lot on casting. That saves a lot on actors. That's it, the whole Space Jam concept, right? So, and then you have,
That's kind of like Who Framed Roger Rabbit,
yeah, exactly, right. So that's where you get all of these concepts of
Yeah, but how
intertwining
would you?
or like Mary
the
Poppins.
yeah, the
Yeah, but
human
how would you
character
iterate
with
that?
the. So watch this. Imagine interacting a live action hero with an AI character. I think that's probably where we're going to end up going, or being in some type of simulation where the main character starts the movie off one way and then he goes into another dimension and he turns into an AI character, or
That's
he
up.
turns into a
That's
whatever.
up. That's
The
up
only one I
to.
can
Yo,
see doing that,
That's
the
Galen,
only one I
you
can
know
see doing that is
where would
Spider
have been the
Man.
best place for that idea? Because I love the
Spider
idea.
Man.
Hmm.
Spider Man.
You know where would have been the best place for that idea? That it was such
Spider
a
Man.
wasted
Where?
opportunity. Ready
Where?
Player One.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Ready Player One would have been the
Yeah,
perfect place to
yeah.
to exercise that style of thinking. Such
See,
wasted
see, here,
opportunity.
here's my thing. I think that if they came out with a Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time live action,
they're doing that.
they could.
They got one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They
They
came
could
out with
probably
one.
play around with the AI and then Link being because this He-Man thing is going to be it's going to be really interesting to see how He-Man turns out with the
Yeah.
whole
I hope we don't have to
like
see
how
none
he
of that.
goes from Earth, to Grayskull, and he has to recapture so there's a lot of opportunities to use AI, and I think that they're going to start playing around with it. It's just going to have to be
It's a good
uh,
idea. It's a great, very good idea, but I'm afraid it might not happen the way that you would like it to go. And the reason why I say that is the Writers Guild. Well, they will not have it. The Writers Guild, the Actors Guild,
To me,
will
right?
start striking like, oh,
To
you're not
to
giving us roles.
to
You're not
to
giving
to
us work. Why are you
to
letting
to
AI take our
to
jobs?
to me, this is what I've always stay ahead of the game. And some actors are staying ahead of the game too. Like for example, like back in 1990, right? Back in 1990, that's when the whole era of technology started to build. Computers started to build. Windows 98 to from Windows 98 to Windows ME to AOL dial-up to now to now we don't even have AOL dial-up anymore. You just boot up your computer and you have internet, 5G all the way. So technology now has advanced more beyond than meets the eye. And if I knew at that time, I would have been. probably ahead of the game too. That's why some of these people that see the trend that's coming around and study the craft and learn from the craft and then adapt from the craft. Some people that are complaining and stuff like that.
I'm
What happened?
no, no. I'm glad you said that. But I'm thinking like this. Do you think that AI could compensate for CGI? Because CGI, we listen, the Incredible Hulk, that first
Yes,
Incredible Hulk movie.
yes and
You see what
no.
I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like
yes
so.
It
and
definitely
no.
could
Yes, and
compensate, but
yes
they
and
will.
no.
I doubt they will ever give it the chance to compensate, because that means that other people who typically be working hard won't be getting jobs, and you
No,
have
no, Nas,
instances.
no.
Wait. You have instances like the Writers Guild where any little thing goes funny their way, or the acting guild, where every single person who's a part of the guild must take arms together. They must
That's
support each other and boycott whatever they say that they're going to boycott, because they're not getting their way, and
that's what
sometimes
I was about to get
justifiably
to.
so.
That's what I was
But the
about.
chances are they will take it out on this AI stuff. If
That's
if we
that's what I was
if we
about to
take it
get to.
from just the fun aspect of it to actual business, if we start affecting people's pockets, they will say, you know what, no more of this, and they will make a big stink, and then another strike going on for another 3 years or something.
Because this is where I'm gonna come at you, Nas. The people that's doing a CGI should utilize the infrastructure of AI of how it's being rendered. Because when it comes to CGI, you need that fine eye point of of videography and editing, because when it comes to CGI, you're using a software to render those CGIs into live action, into the production. So the people that's doing the CGI should utilize a AI infrastructure to be better at their craft. Because just because just because you're
I agree with you, Jesse.
just because you're smart in that render or in that perspective of videography doesn't mean you don't need help to advance your theory or render a
Completely
theory.
agreed.
You know what I mean?
But here's the
I'm
thing:
not saying
will
I'm
they
not.
be stubborn, or will
Of
they
course they're
just be
gonna
like, you
be.
know what, you're
Of course
right?
they're gonna be stubborn because
That's my point.
because
They're gonna be stubborn.
old school likes to stick in their own ways, while others move along move along with the ocean. They move along with the ocean. They don't stay stagnant. They move along with it. The people that move along is gonna be better at their craft, and they're gonna get paid for it. They're gonna get paid very handsomely for it because they figured out what was missing from CGI. Because when you're watching a film that's CGI, you can tell, right? You can tell it was CGI.
So
What if
you
another
could tell
person
I
what's
think I
that
think I
CGI.
think
what if another
I
You could
think
tell
Black
what
Panther
was
had
AI.
awful CGI. I think Black Panther was horrible CGI.
Agreed.
that's what I'm
Especially that last act.
The rhinos and all that, man. I was like, what the heck? Like,
The
that's what
bruh.
fight, the cat
that's
fight in the train tunnels.
I'm talking
Like,
about
what the hell?
no, no, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the rhinos, the animals that came up out the
Yeah,
ground. I was like, bruh. I was like, all right, I let it slide because the story sold it. So, kept the story was decent. So I let the CGI slide. But I was like, come on, man.
so that's what I'm saying.
What we got?
What if a young CGI videographer or whatever producer has those tools and be like, yo, let me use AI to to make myself better and see what can I do to perfect myself, and then they utilize the tool to be better, and then they get paid handsomely for it. Like it's it's
Yeah,
it's
but the downside is it takes away the authenticity of the craft.
it doesn't it doesn't because you're utilizing your own thought process. When you're using AI,
Yeah,
you're
but
using your own thought process to write into the AI software to bring to life. That's how you get these type of creations that you see
yeah,
on
but how
Twitter.
you how you bring something to life with no life in it?
Huh?
How
Yeah,
do you bring something to life that doesn't have no life in it?
it does because when you're using these sets of tools, you have to guide it to the narrative you want to portray it
Yeah,
in.
typically you're the one who set the parameters as to what do you want the AI to create.
No, I'm
Yeah,
aware. I'm aware, but
when it
it's
comes to
still
emotion,
it still has no.
when it comes to inspirational, motivational, or greediness, gritness, you need to be able to you need to have those focal points when you're utilizing these sets of tools. People might say, "Oh, it's not authentic enough because the person that created it didn't have those embedded into the idea." When you see something and it's not authentic enough, it's because the person that utilized that tool didn't didn't give it enough narrative direction to give it that authenticity. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah. You know what I was gonna say? You'll be surprised. Who was that?
There's
Sky.
certain things that you can't.
Sky.
There's
Sky.
certain
Or they
things
give
that you
Sky.
surface
can't
level
copy.
direction.
Hold on. You'll be surprised how much the audience does not care. The audience doesn't. As long as the story's good and it's decent, the audience will like because think about it. How many scripts look good on paper? Like the writer of the script, he has a vision in his mind, but then when the director gets a hold of it, once the producers get a hold of it, it turns into something else. And then now whatever the writer had in his brain, he has to trust to a group of people to get from paper to concept to reality on the screen. And so
Facts.
I believe so I believe that the distance between what was in the writer's head and how it looked on paper, like that was a great story on paper. But when it came to the big screen, it was a lot of little compromises. Oh, we gotta change this. Oh, we gotta make the woman a little bit more fit. We gotta da da
Yeah.
da da. We gotta change this. You know what I'm saying? So I think this is
Yeah.
going to close the gap between what's in your head. Because think about it right now. If you guys could have a movie, right, about like in your head, like, and you know it's a good movie, you guys would make a billion zillion dollars because if you saw what was in my head on the big screen exactly the way I see it, oh, I'm rich. I'm rich. But that's the problem, right?
Mhm.
It's just
Mhm.
like you can't like a lot of people have great ideas in their head, but it just cannot come into fruition for whatever reason because of all the roadblocks, the create, all the people that have to make it come
Studio
together.
interference.
Yeah,
Yeah,
all
but
that.
you gotta
Yeah.
remember, we're talking about artificial. It's some things that you just can't copy. You just can't copy it. It's
Yeah,
just some things you
true.
can't do. Like, for example, yeah, you got a movie that's about this, that, and the third, but guess what? What if that movie don't give you the feeling of how you feel of the storyline? It's just giving you a story. You know what I mean, it's just certain things that like you just take away the passion, you take away you take away all the emotions within the movie. It's just fucking movie. It's all it is, just pictures and
Yeah,
motion.
and my go-to. This is why I always, I know I said it before, but this is why I think Black Panther was able to do the numbers is because it wasn't just about it being a black guy and it's a superhero. The story, it was a story, and the story is what just like the Dark Knight, just like whatever, it's a story that is a good story, and boom, now you got you a hit. You know what I'm saying? So the story does, if it's a good story you can overlook the audience can overlook a lot of imperfections or whatever, whatever, whatever. But you're right; it has to be a great story.
On that
Like
note,
But
Batman Forever.
on that
man, not Batman. Man, get out of
on that note,
I said that deliberately.
here.
on that note, I just hope that when it comes to um these like we asked like we just asked each other, add to YouTube, add to Twitch, like what this is kind of the reason why there's always a lot of different adorations of Superman, because there's other thoughts and ideas that other people wants to portray Superman to become, and this is why we gets these different types of Superman, right? Or different types of Batman. There's Batman Ninja. If you go on HBO app, you're gonna see Batman Ninja. So you're gonna see different types of iterations of.
Shit's fire, by the way. Shit is fire, by the way.
Also, there is an animated movie that is a tie-in to the Dark Knight trilogy. It's I don't remember if it's still on HBO or what. But I remember this one scene where Batman is just walking through the fire, and I believe in another one he fought Deadshot on the train. Yeah, those two things are supposed to be tied into the Dark Knight trilogy.
So yeah, so I just hope that when it. That's why as we just kind of like really found out, like doing animation is of a far better than risking a live action, because when it comes to CGI, when it comes to acting, when it comes to finding the right actor, when it comes to portraying what you see in your head into fruition, sometimes there's a lot of bloatware, and there's a lot of focal points. There's a lot of problems along the way, and with problems along the way, sometimes fandom gets in the way too. With that being said, when it comes to fandom, I have another topic that I wanted to guys hammer on to, is that um, is when they say that I found this article on AOL.com, LOL. Um, this one says here, DC Studio head explains why Supergirl movie will prove superhero fatigue is a myth. This article was written 2 days ago. DC Studio Peter Safran believes that upcoming Supergirl movie will provide once and for all that superhero fatigue is a myth. DC Studio and Warner Brothers Picture are releasing Supergirl in United States Theater and IMAX this summer. Directed by Craig uh, Gillespie, Gillespie, uh, the move
Gillespie.
the movie will see Millie Alcock reprise her DC role as Kara Zor-El after she briefly appeared at the end of 2025's Superman, which was directed by James Gunn. What did Peter Safran say about Supergirl and superhero fatigue? Whenever there's a new comic book movie coming out, whether it's be from Marvel or DC, there is almost always some kind of discussion about online about superhero fatigue. This is the notion that general audience have grown tired of superhero movies and want to see something else. Having said that, this notion also gets proven false, as superhero movies still are able to bring in tons of money at the box office. As the conversation around superhero fatigue continues to evolve, many have pivoted to arguing that people are actually just sick of bad or clinched comic book movies rather than being done with the whole genre entirely. Safran, who runs DC Studio along with Gunn, has chimed in on the matter. Per AP News, the co-CEO believes that Supergirl uh, will show everyone why superhero fatigue isn't actually a thing. He quotes, "I never felt that there was a superhero fatigue." He said, "I felt it was um, mediocre movie fatigue. You got and tried something new. You got to try something new." you have to change the game a little bit. The essential story on which Supergirl is based is something cool and original, and we haven't seen before. In addition to Alcock, the cast of Supergirl includes Mathis Sugarnuts as Krim of the Yellow Hills, even Rowley as Ruthie, Mary Notes, David Cromholt as Zarel, Emily Beach Beecham, and Laura in Z, Jason Momoa as Lobo, and Featherland Kinsley as Ellis Notes. So she just he just thinks that there's no fatigue. With that being said,
but you got to fact.
what are your thoughts? Go ahead, go ahead. What are your
I,
thoughts,
I,
Glenn?
I, was I was gonna say this, man. The bar is set so low that the people that make these movies apparently do not talk to fans. They don't do their, market research, research and development, whatnot. They don't. When you're so disconnected from what fans actually want, and you just make anything because of an agenda, or some producer is throwing a whole lot of money behind the project because it's whatever the case is, then this is why we are where we are. It's not superhero fatigue, like the dude said in the article. He was saying that it's bad superhero movie fatigue, right? So as long as Supergirl is not worse than Captain Marvel, I'm trying to meet you halfway. As long as Supergirl is not worse than Captain Marvel, but better than Madam Web, then like we gotta be able, like, this is where we remain. So we got Wonder Woman, right? That was a breakout hit. So why was Wonder Woman such a, what I'm saying, breakout hit? But then, what I'm saying, now we still struggling with this whole MCU, and what I'm saying. So I kind of see what you're saying, but I'm like, we just got to make better movies because the bar is set too low. I'll mute up after that.
They have
Galen.
no right to say any hot shit about any Supergirl or any type of confidence after the last Supergirl. That shit was completely fucking doodle.
Hey, Galen. You see that
Fuck
what you
no.
just said just now? That's why I always say every single episode, talk to the nerds. They put in the work. They know they have an idea as to what fans want. They have their ear to the ground and to the comics.
I think they being cheap, bro. I just don't. I think like the
Talk to the
real
nerds. They will
complex
help you out.
storyline, they
They
don't
know
want to
what's up.
do it because it's gonna cost them a lot of money, and they don't want to risk it. That's how I feel.
Good night, Matthew.
I don't know. I don't know why they would
Y'all
have
think
so much confidence to say, "Oh yeah, now I mean this gonna be the game changer right here." But
Why you don't
the
stop
last
the
Supergirl, it was so terrible that it
music?
shouldn't even had even been seen.
It's
Yeah,
time
but
to
we
go to
got James
bed.
we got James Gunn on top of this one, you know what I'm saying? So I'll give him one final shot.
In
But
a way, yes, because I was gonna say
yeah,
in a way it doesn't mean anything that he
yeah,
is on top of it, because in one way he understands the character of Superman, but in a superficial surface levels thing. What he tried to do with Superman is try to turn it into Guardians of the
Yeah,
Galaxy, which I
so,
did not like. Almost like he's a one
right.
trick pony.
yeah,
Yeah.
so that's what
But
I'm saying.
will
Trying
okay,
to get
will
Supergirl is
Supergirl
worse.
will Supergirl be better than Cap, or worse than Captain Marvel? Captain Marvel, the bar is set very low. Captain
So
Marvel,
I'm about to
the
I'll
bar
probably
is
be a
set
Matthew,
so
little
I need
bit
to
low.
go
better.
and I'm about to drop off my
Probably a
kids.
little bit better. Well, maybe just a little bit.
You
Well, he
feel
gonna
me?
miss
Like
two, bro. It's like,
like
bro,
what's the bar right now for super women? Like She-Hulk bomb
there's
crash.
no
Like
bar. There's no bar for
nobody's
her. Like it's
asking
just like, bro.
nobody's asking for none of these movies to begin with. So
Yeah, but you know they're doing female empowerment right now, so of course they're gonna have this. Of course they're gonna have
empowerment is crazy, but that's wild. Ironheart,
this.
crash and burn. The Star Wars
See,
tried it.
that's
Star Wars with the alcohol, all that trash. And all these women care. I don't
that's
mind
what I'm
there being a woman
saying.
lead, like what was it, Max? Mad Max
Man.
with the woman. That was all right. That was cool. Okay, but it wasn't about her being a woman like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't mind a woman being the lead of a movie. I don't have a problem with that as
It's not
long
even
as the
that. It's
movie
just
is decent.
it's not even that. It's just make it make sense and make it up to par. Like
Yeah.
make it just as good as you make it just as good as the male counterpart.
I thought Black Widow did a decent job.
Oh, gee, you're right. Black Widow. Yeah, that's another one. That did its thing because Black Widow, that was already kind of ingrained with the. We knew the character. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying. We was
You
familiar
know,
with the character, so
but so
that
far as Black
helped.
Widow though, Black Widow is just like a regular human. You feel me? She's not going into space and nothing. She's a spy. You know what I mean? So of course you're gonna go, go with the spy, the spy thing because it's a little bit more realistic. But if we're talking like superheroes, like I could lift a planet type shit, it's like it's not too many greats. You got Wonder Woman, Captain Marvel, fucking. I don't know, man. I just don't think it's a good look for some. Sometimes it's a good look, but not all the
Hey, you know what? I think in this new Spider-Man, I think Jean Grey's gonna be. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure, but I
time. I didn't
think
see
Jean
Spider
Grey might
Man.
be in the Spider-Man, the Brand New Day. I think Jean Grey or something's gonna happen, bro. It's gonna be a surprise. I think they're kind of keeping some things under wraps, but I think it's gonna be. I think I don't know. I think
What you think?
I'm not sure.
Think she gonna be? You think she gonna be Spider Woman? I think it's Gwen Stacy because Spider Gwen. That's like the third best, like the third most popular Spider Man. So I
No, I'm thinking because
think it's Gwen
from
Stacy.
what I understand, I know the hand is in there, the ninjas, but I think there's something going on where people are being kind of like under a daze or like a trance, like the mind control. So they haven't really talked about that much of the plot. I think they're keeping a lot of the movie a surprise, but they're giving us just enough to kind of get interest in the movie. But I think
Unfortunately, the enough that they're giving us has isn't really awe-inspiring. It's not really boosting confidence in the success of the movie because, like we discussed off rip, from what we saw, there's a lot to make to be very discouraging. There's a lot that's discouraging excitement in the movie. It's bad enough that they're not really hyping up the movie at all. It's another thing where what we're getting is kind of like,
It's
oh,
nothing.
this feels
It's
cheap.
nothing.
This doesn't feel fun. This doesn't feel interesting. This feels very cheap and underwhelming.
no,
This
well,
shit
I
is
don't know. I don't know, bro.
it's like man, it's like it's like even the storyline is a little bit mysterious too. Like what storyline are they following right now as far as Supergirl goes?
Welcome. It's supposed to be the
Uh,
Woman of Tomorrow storyline,
yeah.
but don't really know much about it. But apparently, some parts of it is very comic accurate. Apparently, but I haven't checked to. I don't know the storyline that well, so I can't be a fair and accurate judge on that matter.
See, that's a bad thing though. I don't know. I'm like half a fan of Supergirl. Like I like when she first came down to Earth and shit like that. But like trying to make a storyline between her coming to Earth and like it's like it's like and then
All
they
right,
made it look
It
like
real.
can.
a girl.
The thing is,
And
it
then it
can
looked like
work.
Guardians of the Galaxy on some shit. And I'm
Hey,
like, why it look like this? And then they got the comedy with it, and
hey,
I'm like,
all right, hey, check this out. Hold on, real quick. What if they had a now? This I know this ain't gonna be in the movie, but what if they had Kal-El? He comes and meets her like in this final battle, and then they turn back to back and just have laser eyes like Cyclops. You know how like Cyclops got the laser eyes? Like they just laser everybody. Like they turn back to like for some reason Superman shows up.
That would be sick.
Maybe,
That would be sick.
bro, that would be absolutely insane
that'd
if
be
he just flew.
priceless. That would be
He
priceless.
flew, and then they just stood
Show that he
him and
co-signs his cousin.
yeah, like him and Supergirl just stood back to back, and they just started lasering everybody with their eyes like Cyclops on a
That's what I'm
Cyclops,
saying.
bro. And they just
She did
turned
that.
around
Was she
all
turned
together.
evil for a second? when
Huh?
she turned evil for a second, she was actually OP like that. Like when Darkseid was controlling her, she was actually OP. Like I would rather see that in the timeline. I would rather see that in the
Galen,
movie
bro,
than
bro, they
as
had
the
David, if
as
they
fucking
much
had
as I
David
love that idea,
Cornsweet in it, go
here,
ahead.
as much as I love that idea, here's why I think they might not do it. They're gonna say, "Oh, so are you saying that Supergirl only needs the only way she can be accepted is if she has a big strong man come to her rescue?" I'm sure that that reasoning is dumb and stupid and pointless, especially in this day and age when we've already dealt with the feminism, race, sexist jokes and whatnot already. But they're gonna try to play it back again to say, "Oh, see, they're doing it again. Racism, sexism is never dead," or some nonsense like that. They're gonna try to come with, and that's what I see
No,
happening.
but
If
see,
they try to do it. Because
the way
on
you could,
one hand,
the
no,
way you
on
could
one hand,
spin
it's
that,
very fun, right? And it's something
no,
that
no,
we genuinely like to see. But
no,
then
the way you,
someone is going to be like, oh, no, we can't do that because people are going to be thinking this.
no. The way you can spin it is family first, right? Because you got to understand the dog is like the key of the story. The dog, crypto dying, and so I just thought it would be dope. Like, hey, Khalil, he fly down to the planet where she at, and then everybody just gets blasted. They just go like the jump at some point in the movie. He fly down, touchdown, and then they just start blasting everybody with their laser beams, bro. Like niggas just start getting frozen and boom and like, and then they save crypto. You know what I'm saying? That would be crazy. But I know that ain't gonna happen. But still, that would be
Yeah, I know.
dope.
Again, Galen,
Uh,
I like how
family
your
first.
creative juice start
Family
going.
first. Family
That
first, baby.
that is, I ain't gonna lie, that sounds amazing, but that's definitely not gonna happen, bro.
Sadly.
Sadly, bro. We just gotta look at, I mean, yeah, they're all going on strong about this feminism thing. You know, they're making a lot of female characters, but you gotta really see what's really going on here. Like
They're
they're
gonna
probably
find some
they're
way to ruin the creativity.
not even just that. Like they're DC and Marvel probably both are getting ahead. Like, okay, they're coming out with a lot of male characters. Where are the female characters? Because there are female supporters out there too. So they have to literally make female heroes just for the female side of the people who watch superheroes. Like literally just for the females who watch heroes. Like they have to drop the. But what we also have to understand is too though. Like each thing that they're dropping is like, they know whether they're gonna hit or miss, whether they like what they're gonna drop and they think that it's gonna be a possible hit or not. They know if it's gonna flop or not way before we know it's gonna flop or not. So they're just, like I said, bro, like they're just creating stories on stories on stories and just really trying to get in where they can fit in. If the story hit, then shit. Now they made a little money. They can have a part two. But if not, next superhero, you already know they checking them off like it's check marks.
But the female fan base is very small, bro. Like it's not even it's not even on the rate. Like the female fan base, like that's like video game. Like it's not gonna. It doesn't make it. It's an agenda, bro. At this
nigga.
point,
The fan base for superheroes and females is crazy right now. I know a lot
no.
of females that love superheroes, like men, like the regular superheroes that we all will know and love. Like, you know what I mean, I
But
just think it's
but I'm saying it's a
I
very small market,
just think
though.
it's too soft. You know what I
It's
mean? Like,
very
like you
it's
know, how, like
very
you know,
niche. It's a very
I,
small market.
yeah, I mean,
I don't want to
That
say it's a
that's a
very
very
small
good.
market.
That's a very good
I mean,
point
but that's what
about
I'm saying. Like,
small
you know what I mean?
margin.
I would have to look up the statistics on
Yeah.
that one. That'd be a good
I
thing.
don't
Look up
think
the
the
statistics. I'm gonna
female
go look up the statistics.
the female
That's a good point.
watchers of heroes is very small. I don't know that. I refuse to believe that, bro. Come on, you got females even liking Deadpool and all the other superheroes. Come on, can't be very small. They just have to come out
No,
with women
it's not
superheroes.
necessarily. It's not necessarily that the community is small, but it's that the community that care about female characters is small. That's where I think the distinction is, because the audience for
Yeah,
comic
that's
books
the point that
overall
I'm
is
making.
massive, but it's about
Yeah,
the audience that care about female oriented characters.
exactly. That's the point.
That being said, you have to think about how are female characters being written. Also, how are male characters written whenever they interact with female characters? How are the characteristic or the mannerisms of the male characters changed for the sake of interacting with of with a female character. How their stories, their whatever made them cool to begin with, how is that now different as a result? For example, Lobo,
Okay, so
over the
it's
top,
36
right?
or 40,
Lobo
34.
supposed to be over the top. All of the stereotypes of the 80s, the over the top stereotypes of the 80s. All of a sudden, you put him with Supergirl, and he's out here not on his flying hog. He's not on his space hog anymore, and he's on his ass in the second scene we see of him. Daredevil, super badass character that we followed from Netflix season 1, 2, and 3. Drop him into She-Hulk, and all of a sudden he's a joke. Superman, he's supposed to be the super badass character, and at the same time, he's supposed to always want to see the best in humanity, and so on and so forth. You put him with Supergirl, with Melissa Benoist, Supergirl, and all of a sudden he's saying, "Oh, you're so much better than me, Kara." He's worshiping her feet like a soy boy, like a simp, the whole time. You get from the Marvels. We have this character. The that was in that was in the Marvels. In the comics, that's a dude. But all of a sudden, when interacting with Carol Danvers, the character is now effeminate. You have from the first Captain Marvel movie, Marvel or whatever it is called, or the Supreme Intelligence, because they mash those two characters together. The Supreme Intelligence has to do with Kree and with the leader from that we saw from Brave New World. Um, and also Marvel was a dude. Both of them were dudes. Matter of fact, Marvel was the first Captain Marvel. He was the one who sacrificed his life for humanity. In a sense, well, he got cancer, he got space cancer, but that's a different story. But he defected from the Kree to side with humanity, and he was the first Captain Marvel. And in the MCU, he's a woman.
Even Taskmaster, they just made Taskmaster a female. Didn't they make Taskmaster a female in that last movie?
Yeah, man. So when you have these characters that were usually in male-dominated space, when they now interact with female characters, they're bitched. Look at in She-Hulk. Look at how Mark Ruffalo's Hulk is treated.
That's
Yeah.
that's the point I was saying. I'm like, it's a little like when they do movies and
Mhm,
shows and stuff with that it has a female superhero character,
mhm.
that should be soft. Be soft as hell.
And what that
Like,
tells me,
she's a female, so
is that it's bad enough that
let's give her a
these female
soft
characters don't
avenue.
have stories of their own to tell. They have to not only take other people's stories, but they make the characters worse as a result of that to make themselves look good. Like they're trying to prop themselves up on the backs of the people that they claim to hate or they claim to want to be in competition with. That's what it tells me.
So you're saying that gender swap has been another agenda, like gender
Yes,
swap.
that's a part of it.
Yeah, let's swap out.
Using male characters to try to prop up female characters in a way that does great disservice to the male characters that are being used
Or femicide,
or
fem,
being made
or
effeminate and so on and
feminized
so
Oh,
forth.
male.
okay. So you guys was trying to put me on game because they said that Anthony Mackie, he just came out with a movie, Desert Warrior or something this past weekend. It's online to be the biggest flop in history, below Pluto Nash with Eddie Murphy. It's called Desert Warrior. You know what I'm saying? So they said it only made 500 million. I mean 500, not 500 million, but 500,000 or something. I don't know, $500,000, and the movie cost 150 million to make. So and then it was released on the week of Michael Jackson. Are you crazy?
Oh no,
Ain't no
big mistake. Big mistake.
people still going to see, like, you gotta, man, bruh. So and then they saying that the movie wasn't even about Anthony Mackie that much. It was about a woman who was a princess, and then when I heard all of that, I was like, oh man, this is uh uh uh.
And you know what's weird about that? As you're telling that story, Anthony Mackie is one of the most solid dudes in Hollywood. He's one of the most solid black dudes. Like he knows his stuff. Like he has some hot takes, sure, but when he actually gets down to start talking, like yo.
Oh
he's
yeah, yeah,
worth
yeah,
listening to.
yeah,
He
yeah.
be spitting gems.
But see, here's where they messed up. He should have just came out with a Falcon movie and just saved the Falcon, and they should have made old boy uh the Captain America, Bucky. They should have made him Captain America, and then that would have made a lot. That would have been. I don't care if it didn't make sense or not. They should have just did that.
He
Bucky
was
didn't
Captain
want to be
America in the
Captain
comics
America.
at one point, but it's like, nah, he couldn't do
But he
it.
didn't want to.
He felt like it was too
Yeah, but
much
he didn't
pressure for
want to be.
him, and he gave it back to Captain America. Then
Yeah,
Captain
exactly.
Yeah, Bucky cannot be Captain
He
America.
was
was
He
like,
got
nah,
too
that's too
much.
much
He got too
because
much.
responsibility.
he,
I'm good.
He
No,
yeah,
got
I'm just saying
way too much anger
it would have
in
been
him.
a
yes,
way
Bucky
better.
became
It would have
Captain
been
America in the comics before Sam Wilson.
He
correct.
Yeah,
got
It would have been a way better
way.
movie. It would have been a way better movie if Bucky was Captain America for whatever reason, and Anthony Mackie just stayed the Falcon. The Falcon, that was his lane. That was his bread and butter. Why
and
you
plus we
trying to?
never saw
My boy
him be
Falcon.
full Falcon because that Red Wing thing,
Come on, bro.
that
Exactly.
that
Falcon.
Red Wing that you see that
Come
that's
on,
not just
man.
that.
I mean,
Falcon,
he was
he
garbage.
is he's a tech. He's not as good as Iron Man when it comes onto the technology, but he knows his way. He knows a thing or two. He's
Bro,
super good. In
that
What
would
you
have been a
mean?
way
He
better
had the
movie
talent.
in
if we
addition
would have just
to
got
that, he has
He had the
telepathy with
talent.
animals.
What do you mean?
He has
He's
telepathy with
just as
all
smart as
animals, like
Tony
Beast Boy,
Stark.
hold on,
kind
bro.
of.
Hold on. Both of y'all talking. I'm gonna mute up.
My bad.
He's just as smart as Tony Stark, bro. He done
Not
hacked
as
some
smart.
shit before. The nigga hacked the whole Avengers Tower before. He
Yeah,
had
but in the
everything.
comics, he doesn't do anything near as crazy as what Tony Stark be
He had
doing on a daily
But
basis.
okay. So, but
So
hold
yes,
on. Okay. So, but wait a
to
second.
be
We can
every
all
single
agree
person
portrayal
that
in the
would have
Justice
been
League.
a
is no
Falcon.
is not as crazy smart or as crazy ambitious as Tony Stark.
Okay, but hold on. Can we agree that
It
a
was good to
Falcon?
him,
Can we hold on? Can we
he was
agree on
trying
this?
to
Can
get
we agree
resources.
that a hold on? Can we agree that a Falcon movie with it starring Anthony Mackie as the Falcon would have been a whole lot better
Oh yeah,
than him
agreed.
as Captain? Okay,
A
all right,
thousand percent
cool,
agreed. I'm
cool,
with you
cool.
there.
Yeah, fast.
I'm with you there. Did you think we wasn't colliding on that?
I'm
I
just
was
That would
saying,
have
like,
pushing.
I'm
been.
just like
That
that.
would have been.
That would have
It
been
would
like
have been
that would have been
good.
dope.
That would have been good. But that also would have been a one and done movie, though.
Yes, it would have been a one and done
Yes.
movie.
But
Yeah,
it
but
would have
who
been the
cares?
same
But
thing
you know
too.
what?
I
If it's
think
a
it would
good
have been the
movie, who
same shit.
cares?
Even if it, I think it would have been the same thing, even if he was Captain America or Falcon. Either way, I think it would have been a one hit and a miss, like the one banger.
Mm, well,
I mean,
like if it was written properly, people would have been more enthusiastic about seeing more of Captain America, Sam Wilson, if it was done properly. If the story was told properly
No,
and they
no.
realized,
I'm
yo,
saying but a Bucky
yeah,
version though too.
true.
I'm saying,
Yeah,
But in
and like
live
a
action, here's why it wouldn't
watch
work.
this. Go ahead.
In live action, here's why in the comics they did it because they had a lot more to cover. There's a lot more growth and journey to get him to that point where he even got the mantle and then gave it right back up right after shortly thereafter. There's not we don't really know much about the character from the live action version at all. There's not really much. All we know is that he got mind wiped and then now he would be thrown into this role. There's no way that they would give this person who, as far as the world knows, he's been used for evil a lot. They're not gonna give him that role. It's not. It's not like. It's not like it's not
They
like
gave Trump
Wilson
that role,
Fisk,
bruh.
where
They gave
somehow
Donald Trump that role.
he had.
Uh,
It's not like Wilson Fisk, where he's a known criminal who somehow he had access to the whole FBI bureau, and now he is the mayor of New York. It's not like that. You're talking about Captain America, not Captain one state. He's the person now who the whole nation and even other nations must look up to and acknowledge. There's no way that they would let that slide. People hate Donald Trump as is in real life. You think they're gonna let someone who was a known Hydra agent, a known Nazi operate? You feel me? Unknown. That's what I'm thinking about. So on paper, like us talking about it sound like a good idea until you actually think about the logistics of it.
man, bro, you wild, boy. You wild.
You do get what I'm saying, though, right?
yeah. I got
Yeah,
you.
you
But
didn't
I'm
think about
just
that now,
saying,
did you?
I know what I'm saying is that listen, the whole Hydra story. I don't know why they deviated from that because that was brilliant. Like with Winter Soldier is up there probably with it's definitely in the top 10 best superhero movies of all time. Like top 10, Winter Soldier got to be somewhere. I don't care if it's 10, I don't care if it's 9, but Winter Soldier got to be up there, bro.
And agreed. Winter Soldier, one
It
of the
got to
best
be.
Marvel movies ever told in live
Yeah,
action. One of the, and the
yeah,
thing
and
is,
yeah.
there's so much. You would have had so much more Hydra story to go with if they tied in the Agents of Shield stuff with it, because they also tackled the Hydra story. If they went that route, you'd have had way more to do. But yeah, but they did not do that. So
We still
they
waiting for
shot
Secret
themselves in the
Wars.
foot essentially.
Still waiting for Secret Wars.
Talk about Secret Wars and shit.
We still waiting for Secret Wars.
Also, take into consideration that oftentimes when people are villains, it's a general trope that we've noticed. Where generally when people are villains, they're way more interesting than when they become heroes, because it's like all of a sudden they're heroes and the writers don't know what the hell to do with them anymore. And that's what you're noticing with Bucky right now. He's a senator. He doesn't even want to be a senator. So it's like, okay, what is he doing? In Falcon and the Winter Soldier, in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, they were supposed to give him a closure, and his whole thing, that whole show is that he doesn't want to be the Winter Soldier anymore. And who did they give the character development to? They gave it to the black guy. They did not give it to the person who genuinely needs that character
Who's
development.
supposed to be
Okay,
Captain
all right.
America though?
Did you
He's the one
notice
who
that
gets
as
the
well?
shield. He's the one who gets the shield.
All right.
That's how it was always was. I don't know how I don't know what the reason is, but that's
Okay.
how it was.
All right. Hold on. Can we go? Okay. Can we go back to Bucky being in Wakanda? Right. They called him White Wolf, didn't they?
Exactly. He was supposed to be the White
Okay.
Wolf, and they did nothing with that storyline.
Okay. Hold on. So can we pump and resuscitate that storyline? Is there a way we can pump and resuscitate that character? If he can't be Captain America, okay, cool, I got you. For whatever reason, okay, he's not Captain America. Can we
Also,
go
in
back
the
to?
comics, the
Can
White
we
Wolf
go
was someone
to?
completely different too. The White Wolf
Yeah.
was
Okay.
T'Challa's stepbrother, who was a white boy,
So
who
the
thought that
question
he
is,
deserved to be king because he grew up in the culture.
okay, so now we got to do something with this White Wolf. We probably can pull on some threads and see if, hey, your boy can Bucky somehow becomes in Wakandan, he gets a vibranium, whatever. I don't care what it is. But at the end of the day, bro, like the dude's a good actor, and he made that Civil War. He made the whole what was Winter Soldier. So we gotta be able to keep this guy in the game. Through I don't care if he's in Wakanda as White Wolf at this point. Anything but Captain America, Brave New World, like bro, anything but Anthony Mackie flying around. Come on, bro, like anything but that, bro.
bro.
Like anything but that.
I 100% agree with what you're saying, but you know how much things they would have to change around just for that to happen.
No, there's no one thing they would have to change. Just one thing. The one thing they would have to change. Remember, we've gone through phase 5 now. What was phase 5? Was phase 5? So we have alternate universes now. Just say, oh, this is Winter Soldier from another universe, or White Wolf from another universe. Simple fix right there. They're doing they're doing it with Doctor Doom. So why can't they do it with him?
That's true.
I
He
just
can
think he
do
could
it
be better.
better.
He making a point. Pat, he making a point. He making a point. We can just say, hey, you from another whatever, and keep it moving. The audience, listen, the audience don't care, bro. The audience just wants good movies. They don't care about all the continuity, and they already messing up the continuity. They erasing. They pretty much overlooking all the Disney shows and all the Marvel shows we did. Like they don't even care about that.
That's what they
They just
doing. All they do is
Avengers
recycle
do
shit. That's all they ever
no
do.
no
Is recycle
a
things,
bit.
recycle remix, recycle remix. That's all they ever do. They're not trying to do nothing creative no more. Like
Yeah,
if
I'm
they
but
just
are,
saying they
they
just
gonna
got a set rotation going on that they're comfortable with.
no, but
it's the same
I'm
thing
thinking
over and over and over again.
Avengers Doomsday is going to completely ignore all the Disney shows. Like Avengers Doomsday is going to set the record straight. Now it's resetting the time. Like with the Russo brothers, I believe the Russo brothers being on this thing is probably like the biggest plus of Avengers Doomsday is that the fact that they're back in the seat and they're going to bring that heat. So it's like, bro, all these shows with the whatever else you saw on Disney, that's gonna fly out the window. All them people probably gonna end up dying or what. I don't care what happened. They resetting this thing for Secret Wars. So we gotta get through the Doomsday thing first, and then Secret Wars. That's gonna be the new.
A soft
Everything's gonna
reboot, if you will, a soft reboot.
yeah, soft reboot, hard reboot, reset, whatever you call it.
After Doomsday, everything else that comes after that is gonna probably most likely be garbage, bro. Like it's gonna
You
most
think
likely be
so?
garbage until we get
You
to
think
Secret
so?
Wars. I feel like they're gonna be throwing us bullshit like they've been doing before until we get to Secret Wars. I mean, come on, bro. Like
Don't.
in all realism, right? Did they really have to use the money for Madam Web? They didn't really.
Nah, that's a Sony thing.
I
But
think
They
but
Sky,
didn't even
guess
have to
what?
use the money for that.
but
Sky,
They
that's a
guess
really
what?
didn't.
Sony thing.
Like I understand they
Yeah,
tried to make
Sky,
something new,
guess
but
what?
it's
When
like,
that
come on.
happens, when Doomsday come out and then everything else start being asked again, so guess what? We still
Okay.
have the nerds out here who still try to say, you know what, this is how the story could have been told better if they actually cared, and they'll write out a whole beautiful masterpiece that only few people get to watch and appreciate. And then I'll come back
But
here and I will tell you
that's the
guys
whole
about it,
objective.
and then you guys will probably watch it, probably ignore it all over again. And then we're gonna still
Yeah,
have
but the thing
Seed End 2.0
is,
gonna be doing its thing
see, but you gotta
with on
realize
the
that
AI
it's
side.
all in a cycle.
Ultra Sergeant's
It's
gonna
all in a
be still
cycle.
doing his thing.
They're gonna come out with the same origins every 10 years. They're gonna give you the same origins, the same enemies, the same. They're gonna keep giving you that every 10 years, even every 20 years, and everybody gonna love it. Like, oh yeah, I remember this. Yeah, the beginning, the origins of. They don't care. That's why they're not making no new stories because they're good with watering down everything, and people just gonna just consume it. That's it. They don't have to make nothing else good. They don't have to be really too creative because they're just gonna give them the same
But
fucking storyline over and
bro,
over.
I think that's what we were talking about earlier is that there's going to be fan made videos. There's going to be fan videos online that's going to end up being better than what Hollywood's putting out. And it's going to force them to have to recognize that fans now have the ability to make stories online
It's been done.
that look
It's been
that
done
look
already.
better, that are told better, that
It's been
they
done.
rock with better. Like,
That's what I was saying about how people how nerds is gonna utilize this new way of working to make their stuff look the part. That's what I was saying about how smart nerds that's into comic books, right? Don't care about CGI. They care about authenticity of how the comic was written, right? And then
Listen.
so watch this. So here's the irony, right? Or the people say fallacy, whatever.
yeah,
This is the Secret Wars. The Secret Wars is us warring against them, the system that has the ability to make what the fans want. And
how
this is
you
the Secret
collided that.
Wars.
I like how you collided that.
You feel me? Like this is the Secret War. It's like, hey, we got this agenda. We got this. It's like Captain America: Civil War. Hey, you need to sign these accords, bro. Like, there's a superhero. Nah, bro, I ain't signing that, bro. Oh well, it's up then. It's up and it's stuck. How about that? Okay, then. Now we have Captain America: Civil War. Then, so now they fight. Bah, 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 bah. That's where we are right now as fans versus trying to talk to the industry, bro. They want us to pay our money while they're using all this money that could have been used in a good way to help the fans and everybody have a joyful experience. Now I'm starting to feel like we're getting played. Now I'm starting to feel like, hey man, I feel like we're
They
getting
ain't getting
played at this
paid.
point. Like y'all playing with me.
They ain't getting paid. Been getting paid. That's what I'm saying. They just recycle
Yo, I've
everything.
been feeling that way for years, and that's why I started going to anime instead of rocking with comics. Like
What you
for
was about to say,
That's
years.
why I go
OG?
to animation too.
What you was about to say, OG?
I feel like this is a bigger problem than just Marvel and DC. It goes into other IPs as well.
Facts, facts.
Not just Marvel and DC that's being affected.
Oh, of course. I'm sure. I'm sure in your back of the woods with Star Wars, you're getting affected too, right? With Star Wars, because they got to use a
Yes,
lot of CGI with that, right?
yes. There's a lot of families, but I'm just saying this is a bigger problem than just Marvel and DC.
Hmm. That that's true.
Agreed. This just happens to be the place that we're noticing it most because that's the field that we tune into more. But we see it in the boys, from the comics to screen adaptation. We see it in Invincible. We see it in other stuff as well. So
Hmm.
it's not just Marvel and DC content per se, but
I feel like they ran out of budget.
it's a cross media. It's an across media thing.
I feel like they
You
ran
just
out of
notice it
budget, and
more there.
they need something new
We see it in The
to
Witcher. We
create
see it
more.
in World of Warcraft. I believe that's what it was called. We see it in
Yeah,
Assassin's Creed and so forth.
Hold on,
Um.
hold on.
like I said,
Hey, somebody saying that Avengers Doomsday got to make 1.2 billion. How much they got to make to break even or to make a profit? Like it was something crazy. Like
Nah,
I was like,
their budget was like around 500 million.
nah, bro, it was more than that.
Nah,
it was
Was it
we
seven?
looked at
we can
that.
Oh,
We
statistic.
what
looked
was
at
it? Four?
that.
No, no, I'm saying
Hold on.
they gotta make
It was like
1.2
five.
billion to break even or something
It
like
was
that.
like 480 or some shit like that.
Yeah.
It
Oh,
was
See,
okay. Yeah,
480.
it was
I
like,
remember we did our research. I remember
yeah. I'm
we
just
did
saying,
our research with that.
like to break even, they gotta make like $1 billion or something. I don't know, but
If
I'm
they
like,
make seven
They
where's all
if
said
this
they
they
money
make
didn't have
going?
the
700 million,
technology
they still break
yet.
even.
Facts.
Okay, so to be profitable, they gotta make like a billion to like make some money.
Still haven't
Because
even started,
if you break even,
they
then
still haven't even started promoting it yet. They're not even promoting it yet.
oh yeah, yeah, it's gonna
They
probably
don't
come
even do
out.
a
Yeah,
couple
with
clips. That's it. They ain't promoting that shit for real. They ain't get no popcorn cup or nothing like that yet. So
That is true.
they
you
might
don't
have
know
a
yet.
they might have a trailer in Spider Man. I don't know, or they
When
might
they
have
start
one in
bringing out
Star
items
Wars.
like items to collect and shit, that's when you gonna know that they serious about that movie.
I think it's too early to promote because they got Spider Man. After we get over the Spider Man hump, then now they can just go full speed with the marketing. Because after
Okay.
Spider Man come out, then they can just be like, all right, bet. Now we can
Uh,
just Avengers.
On that note, I just hope that just like how y'all was having these type of conversations when it comes to Doctor Doom, Supergirl, Superman, I personally don't feel the fatigue. I I get to talk about it even more and give
They
more
explain the
and give
fatigue in the article.
and
They
give
explain what it is.
yeah. What did they say? If you can elaborate.
They said it's not so much that people are tired of superheroes. We're just tired of superheroes whose stories are boring and who don't have good storytelling. That's it.
That's true.
We're not
That's
tired of
all.
superheroes. We love superheroes.
No,
We're just
but
tired of bad storytelling.
there's people that are though. They don't see the bad story. They just hate it in general.
And that's not their problem. But we're talking about for people who actually care about this.
Yeah, I truly understand. I truly understand, but you also gotta recognize that as well when it comes to that. When it comes to watching superhero films adapt to real life situations that that no one never thinks of. You know what I mean? Every superhero, every Superman iteration falls under a a subtopic of what's going on in reality, right? And sometimes the writer didn't do their best of storytelling or didn't do their best of adaptation of what they thought Superman can become. I understand some people might say, "Oh, I don't want you utilize the the old script to make mine's far greater." Other people would say, "But you have to follow what was great so you can get an idea of how you can make yours superior than the old one, right?" But other people don't want to be able to utilize old factors to make themselves better. They rather okay get a snippet of it and then make it sound what narrative direction they want to utilize, what Superman iteration can become, or Batman iteration can become, right? And with those type of storytellers, the audience, the consumer would tell you this adoration was dumb. This adoration was stupid. This adoration was great. This adoration was superior than the old one. There's all these different types of narrative direction coming to superheroes because it may not resonate to that particular audience because they're not seeing or they didn't take themselves out of the equation of understanding what the writer was trying to foretell or wonder about. Like for example, did anybody thought of when watching the Terminator from one through whatever it was? Did anybody thought that it was gonna the AI was gonna come until AI started coming and everybody was like, "Yo, didn't we see this before?"
Nigga
Terminator.
Terminator, yeah, nah, that shit was real.
But
That shit
I
was real.
understand, but no,
Yeah.
but if we can see that because we took ourselves out of the equation to understand what's in reality when superheroes is trying to adapt to real life situations, we can see those things, guys. But because other consumers that's trying to enter into superhero animation, they're not seeing it from what was told back then. They're seeing what's happening now. They didn't see Superman back in CW. See what was it before? Pix? No, what was it before? Um, what was Channel 11 before?
WPIX.
X11.
Um,
WPIX.
Pix? No,
611.
no, no. It wasn't Pix. It was something else.
X11.
No,
Yeah,
it
it was.
wasn't Pix
It
11.
was
It was something else.
WPIX.
It was something else. It was
Come
WB.
on, bro.
It was it
I'm
was
a 90s baby, bro.
WB.
I know.
It was WB. Pix is for later.
Yeah, yeah, but
Pix 11
yeah,
is
but
for
the
later.
channel,
Pix 11 is for
no,
the
but the channel was WPIX.
oh
It was the
WB.
same thing, bro.
Oh, okay, 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 okay. I see what you're saying. I see what you're
I'm
saying.
telling you, WB was just most of the production. Yeah,
Yeah.
WB was most of the production of all the shows that they was doing. That's why. But the actual show,
That's how. That's
Yes, Sky
how.
knows what he's talking about.
That's how. That's how.
but
That's
see,
how I
I
was
but see
able to.
personally, I feel like you can't put it all on the writers too. Like you gotta be able to make a good story. You gotta be able to make a good illustration of the story too. Like I can't put it all on the writers too.
And you know
Sometimes
what?
you just
And
don't
you
know
know
how
what?
to put
But
they clips together.
Hmm.
no, no. But hold on. You got to also understand how many writers submitted scripts that were stolen. Like
Ooh, that
We
too.
talked about Terminator. We talked about Matrix. Like that was a black woman behind that. You know what I'm saying? And she actually was suing. You know what I'm saying? So we how
Wait,
many
James
times
Cameron
like
stole from a black woman?
no 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 man, come on man. What I'm saying is that the Terminator story was supposed to be. the Matrix. Like
Facts.
Neo,
She made, she
Sarah
made good
Connor was supposed to be, so
stories too.
Neo's
She made
mother.
more.
Yeah, so the bottom line is that where are these ideas coming from, and how many scripts were submitted that were stolen and then tweaked just enough for you not to be sued for stealing that person's idea. So we got to factor that part in. That's what's not being really talked about, is because there's a lot of
It's
ideas
being
out
watered
there.
down, and
I'm
they
sorry.
water it down.
Yeah, they'll steal your idea and then they'll say, "Oh, that's a great idea," and then they'll say, "Well, we got to change it so we won't get
Or they
sued."
say, "Oh, I got inspiration."
Water your shit down.
Yeah,
They water it down to it's like
or
it's garbage.
I
or
was
they'll be like this.
inspired.
Hey, or they'll say this: we can buy you out so you won't complain, but you don't have the money to go to court with us, like to sue us over your. So
True.
we just stole it with no mask on, like mask off
So now
type.
you cannot tell a story anymore because they have the rights to it, and you don't have that rights to it
The
anymore.
Yeah, because you submitted your script.
the only way to do it, Glenn.
Yeah.
That's why I'm ahead of my craft. And Sky and Pat is ahead of their craft too. When they write, they copyright it and trademark it. If you don't have those two things, you can't go to court for nobody.
No, but listen though, that's what puts you on the radar. When you submit certain things through that,
You
they
can
can see
submit
all
it,
your stuff.
but if you
If
don't
you say
have
I want to get a copyright or a patent,
yeah, that's
yeah,
what I'm saying.
if you say you want to get something copyrighted or a patent or whatever, like that's two different things. But like
It's like
inventions or
that's
whatever,
good, but they'll now see you as someone that's very that's difficult to work with,
but
and
watch this.
and
No,
they will try
hold on.
to use that
Yeah, see,
against
but
you.
But hold on.
So
Let,
instead of
let's
trying to
say
help you up,
that's the
they
wrong
kick
thing
you
though.
down.
hold on. Let's
They
say I
pay
have an
people
idea,
just to
right?
do these things. They pay
Hold
people
on,
just
hold
to
on.
do these things. So forget your script. They already paying people to do that. They're paying these people. They don't like the people that's getting paid don't care. They're just getting their money and giving them whatever the
Exactly.
stories that they got.
Yeah,
That's
but
another
see, the
fact.
thing is that a lot of ideas have been submitted, and they say, "Hey, man, we, this is a bad idea." And then next thing you know, they're making a movie about your idea, but you were like, "Dang!" All they did was just change out a few characters, change a few. It's the same movie. That's why I said the lady that created Terminator and Matrix. It was actually supposed to be both in the same world because we're talking about AI, right? We're talking about cybernet. We're talking
Yeah, but
about,
they're not gonna
you know,
tell.
what I'm
But
saying?
yeah, but they're not gonna tell
Oh,
you. But they're not
that's
gonna tell you
that's
the
kind of
real
like
raw
what
story.
T
Like, oh,
Pain
I
did
sold
to
out.
Akon. No, what Akon
Like, you feel
what
me? They're not
Akon
gonna
did to
tell you
T
that they
Pain back
sold
in the
out.
day.
Both of y'all
That's what that
talking.
reminded me of.
They're not gonna. They're not gonna tell you that they sold out though. You feel me? Like, how much money did they give you to where it was like, yo, shut your mouth and we're gonna use your script? They sold out, bro. They passed that off, and then later on was like, oh no, that's my story because it got so many hits. Oh, now it's my story. No, nigga, we paid you for this, and now you want to be all salty because you ain't make no money off it.
Well,
So both things are at play.
well,
So it's not just one thing. So it's a myriad of things that's going on.
well,
So it's people who are genuinely losing out their stuff, and there are people who are regretting that they sold out too early and are
Well,
being
listen.
but
sorely
there's one
A black
disappointed.
exception.
woman created the Matrix. A
There,
black
but
woman
there,
created the
there,
Matrix in the Terminator.
but there's one exception, guys. I gotta give it up. I gotta give it up to Sony. When the whole K-pop situation was transpired, Sony just just was like, I don't know what to do with this. I don't think this was gonna pop off, but Netflix wanted it. So Netflix,
What was the Sony situation? What was the Sony and K-pop situation? I'm not familiar.
I'm about to tell you, K-pop.
Mm.
So Netflix took the K-pop, right, and then and then after after it got its flowers and stuff like that, K-pop's got big, right, and then Sony saw that, right, and Sony couldn't do anything far as getting money or get they got money. They sold it. I don't know if they got like 20% rights to it or whatever. I don't know the full details of what was written down, but Netflix wants to work with Sony again about doing a second season of K-pop. But this time the bylaw is going to be different, which was great.
Wait, is K-pop a show? Or are you talking about the music genre itself?
K-pop is the show, bro.
See, I did not know that.
The music, the music,
Yeah, he said
it
like
cut.
he did a show,
He spoke
bro.
about it in a matter of
Yeah,
fact way that left me confused.
I thought you had some nephews or some kids. Majority of the kids nowadays, once they hear
Demon,
K-pop, they know the
like the
song.
Demon Hunter thing, K-pop beat, yeah,
Demon
K-pop beat.
Hunter. That
Yeah,
I know about. I know of. I know of Demon Hunter. Is that what you're referring to?
yeah,
K-pop
that's
beat.
what's
No, no,
If you
no.
did not say
K-pop is
that now,
the.
I would not have known.
Isn't that
So
the
thank you
genre
for
of
the
music?
clarification.
That's a genre of music, isn't it?
Yes,
K-pop.
K-pop
yeah.
is a genre of music as well. That's why I was
Okay, got you,
confused.
got you, got you, got you.
Hence the confusion. So thank you
Oh,
for clarifying.
that was the confusion. Okay. Oh, sorry. K-pop. Well, it's called K-pop. The Demon Slayer or some shit like that. That's what
Demon
it's called.
Hunter. Okay, cool.
Demon
Yeah.
Hunter. So, which all in all, it's still rap music. It's still pop music. That's
Mhm.
Chinese, and people don't
No,
know that.
Korean actually.
Korean, yeah, people don't know that either. You know what I'm saying? So that falls into the whole system that y'all talking about, where some people take people's ideas and run with it, and runs very well for people that knows the tools to the trade, right? And I was glad enough that to hear one story that was like, oh, I wrote it. I should be taking everything. Netflix shouldn't get nothing. Nah, they just was like, well, I didn't know this shit was gonna be big, right? I didn't know it was gonna be this big, right? And then Netflix was like, yo, can we do a second one? Because the writer is still under Sony's umbrella, right? It's still under Sony's umbrella. It's just that, they didn't know this was gonna pop off this big. So right now they in works to make a second season, but the difference is, um, Netflix is gonna have probably more of a share than others. That's why it got so big. It went to the box office. It was on Netflix first before it went to the box office later.
It's crazy.
And it was never done before. Netflix Netflix movies always stayed in Netflix. They never had the understanding. They never had the understanding how to put movies into film, right? So that's why they wanted to buy Warner Brothers to have the creative perspective of how to get it done and market it the right way. They don't have that.
That's
That's
deep.
one of their weakest points.
Mm.
Netflix weakest points that they don't have when it comes to production and going to box office. That's one.
I
That's
never
one.
thought of that because they're good at shows. They're mostly good at shows. Like their Netflix series, they're
Yeah,
mostly good at shows. I never thought about their movies, yo. That's crazy.
yeah. Their movies is great. I've seen a lot of different Netflix movies, and I'm like, yo, this could have went big on online. Some of them was kind of wacky and tacky. I'm like, all right, sure, let's just leave that
No, 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 no. But you're right though. No,
there.
no. Think about it. Like John Cena and Idris Elba, they had a movie that was kind of decent. I forgot what the name of it was though. But
Hmm.
that was a Netflix movie. And then you got Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler, he be doing a lot of Netflix. So I understand what you're saying. I got you.
Yeah.
And you're saying, okay, all right. I'm
So
processing what you're saying. So
so
yeah,
yeah,
go ahead.
with Netflix,
But if they get
that's
WB,
one of their weakest points
that's
though,
big.
huh?
That's big. If they get WB, that's big. That's a
No, they
big one
can't.
for them.
They can't anymore because
Man,
Netflix did 86 bid and Paramount did 106 bid. So Paramount
oh
won the
shit,
deal. After,
that's
right
crazy.
after Netflix won the deal, Netflix had the deal. Paramount was like, "Yo, nah, nah, you didn't let me put a second bid." Warner Brother was okay.
Wow,
Yeah, Paramount was crying,
that's
man.
crazy.
Paramount was crying that he ain't get no second bid. Whoop de woo.
Crazy.
I'm like, man, Netflix already won. Why? I was heated.
I think people were concerned about Netflix taking all the Warner Brothers IP and then making it only strictly to Netflix.
That's not
And
what's
then like
that's not what's gonna
I don't know
happen.
if that was the case or not.
Netflix clearly said. that was not gonna happen. This was the terms and bylaws that was gonna happen. As soon as Netflix said this is what I'm gonna do, Paramount stole the same script and said the same script
That's crazy.
because
That's crazy.
Paramount said that the only reason why I want Warner Brothers was because I don't know anything of this field. Paramount has a lot of titles, a lot of IPs that Warner
Facts.
Brothers has in their belt, and
Yeah.
they have
Yeah,
centuries beyond centuries of getting music, getting movies into box office. Netflix don't have that.
they would have got they would
So
have got
so
over Paramount.
so
They
hold
would
on,
have got
hold
over
on.
Paramount. I'm
Netflix
telling you, they
came
would
Yeah.
have got over
from Netflix came from from getting CDs into your home, canceling out
Paramount.
DVD,
Facts.
yeah,
can
DVDs,
canceling out
Blockbuster.
blockbusters because
Facts.
blockbuster Netflix wanted to deal with blockbusters. Blockbusters say hell no. That was another thing back then that no one
Blockbuster made a
Smith
big
there.
mistake.
nobody
Smith
didn't don't
there.
know about that. So they came from
Yeah,
that.
Blockbuster. Yeah, go ahead.
Then after that, Netflix was like, I don't want to do this anymore. Let's take it up a notch. Let's do apps now, because the way they did apps was how Android and Apple started making their own apps. They were starting getting better at making apps. So they was like, yo, let's start producing our own apps. Then now
Like
Net
streaming.
yeah, as far as with streaming, correct. Correct. Then after Netflix came in the picture, Roku came in the picture. And after Roku came in the picture, Hulu came in the picture. Hulu was
Facts.
big. Hulu was one of the free content that you can stream on. Anything that was anything that was going on as far as with Channel 11 or anything, the next day it'll be on Hulu for
Hold on, hold
free.
on, hold on, hold on. Talk about the Amazon Fire Stick. You have to have a device, right? So Amazon Fire Stick was the poor man's cable.
That's true, and it still
Amazon
is.
when you
It
got
still is.
yeah
You
when
can
you
get
got
an
a when you got a
It
Fire
Amazon
Stick,
is.
stick
Yep.
for fifty
yeah,
bucks. You can get
yeah,
Amazon 4K
$20.
4K. Oh, even better.
Black Friday.
Yeah, I got one sitting there. No, I mean the only reason why I got it is because I got these speakers and I got a camera that's hooked up. So I'll give me
So,
a
so
wireless.
watch this. We're talking about having a device that can have streaming apps built into it, like smart TVs. So I'm starting to see where you went because you was way back at Blockbuster,
Mhm.
and then Blockbuster got ate up by Netflix, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
And then Blockbuster towards the end tried to do what Netflix did by
Mhm.
mailing off DVDs and mailing off Blu-rays in the mail. But
Mhm.
then by then that was too late. And
Mhm.
then you had Redbox
Yeah.
trying to come up, but it was too late. It was too late.
It was too late. It was too late. They had some good DVDs inside their box. They had
Yeah,
some
but
good
the
ones. The
concept was
concept,
too late
yeah,
because yeah, it was too late.
the concept was way too late.
Because physical DVDs and all that. Like, bro, I knew people back in the day. They used to have a DVD collection, bro. Like, it was
Y'all remember
massive.
GameFly? Anybody remember
GameFly. Oh,
GameFly?
there you go.
Still
GameFly.
exists.
Yes, sir.
It still exists.
Now you got Luna. You
Oh,
got
dude,
Luna
I
now
didn't know
built.
that.
You got Luna built into Amazon Luna. They doing you can just play the game.
Nah, Luna
Like,
is about
so
to about to be gone.
it's gone. Okay, it's gonna be gone.
That's
Okay, I
Yeah,
didn't
crazy.
know
it's
that.
gonna be it's gonna be it's gonna be gone because of the simple
It's
fact
not
that
feasible.
yeah, there's too many.
The lagging.
I don't think that's the issue. The issue is more is that um, it's pointless to keep that going if you can put it on Steam or put it on PlayStation or put it on Xbox.
Mm,
It's
Facts.
you know what I'm saying?
it's
Because
not.
like it
It's not
was,
sexy. It's not sexy enough. It was a great idea, though. I mean, but metaverse, it's not sexy enough. So
it's not the
you
fact
know.
of being sexy enough. It's more about sh- um being being more seen. if you have too many of these apps, you're not gonna be seen. You're gonna be picky. You're gonna be choosy. You feel me? You're gonna be picky and choosy of which one to play with. You know what I mean? Play with or be in. There's not many people that's gonna be attached to Epic's app unless you're playing Fortnite. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna get into you're not gonna download Epics unless you're playing Fortnite or or any other Epics that involves in if you're in a PC realm. Most likely you're gonna be downloading Steam or mostly you're gonna be playing Xbox games because Xbox is already embedded in the PC. You know what I'm saying? So those are the type of factors that Netflix was going through. Netflix was going through those type of things that they didn't have in their arsenal. They know how to they know how to produce cheap movies, cheap content. But far as um putting it out there, it was a little bit difficult. That's why when there was a bid for Warner Brothers, they felt that that was gonna be the end all be all. So with doing that factor, Netflix is not giving up on the factor of trying to better themselves. The CEO that Netflix has right now, they're trying to compete in that market because they've seen that K-pop Demon Hunter went flawless in the box office after the fact that it was already streaming. You feel me? So they're like,
Hmm.
yo, okay, this can work. So how can I get more movies out more on a Netflix production? You feel me? So when box office sees it, they see Netflix production.
So so let me ask you this question real quick. So when they made their offer to Warner Brothers, you're saying that Paramount looked at what they were offering and said, "Oh, we can do that."
Yeah.
Or we can do this or we can do that. So it's like they kind of like peeked into their offer, like, yo, oh, okay, so that's what Netflix is trying to do. Okay, well,
No,
we can do that too. Or
the
we
CEO was being open to everybody's panicacy. Everybody was panic of Netflix of or they're gonna do a monopoly. They're not gonna stick to the script. They're not
mm,
gonna do this. They're not gonna do that. Now there's no 30 to 45 window. Like after 30 to 45 days, now you can see it on streaming services, right? They're thinking that it was going to be a shorter time window. All these different factors was in play, and that's what the actors was afraid of as well. Where what the actors and the producers was afraid too.
so watch this. When you say
Not to
Stranger Things,
mention that with
yeah, go
so
ahead,
many
yeah, go
different
ahead, go ahead,
IPs
go
or
ahead.
some of the different stories or characters or like I said IPs already on the Netflix belt, who's to say they will have time for all of them? For example, they had their for example, just in terms of superhero stuff alone, they had their superhero IP. I forgot what it was called, like Jupiter something something. But after like I don't remember if it was a movie or a show, but essentially it's done. They ran that thing into the ground and they didn't care about actually doing anything useful with it anymore. And people were really looking forward to seeing how that was going to progress. They acquired this IP and then they did nothing with it. And people were saying, what if they do stuff like this with DC content or with whatever? Because if they have access to more to Warner Brothers catalog, they also have access to Harry Potter. They have access to Looney Tunes. What are they gonna do with these things going
And
forward?
I
Or
and
or
I
will
think
they try to tell
I
stories
think
with
that,
them, or they're gonna just shelve them and just not do anything with them
All
but
and
cartoon,
just
all
focus
car,
on their one or two stuff?
not before Glenn goes. All the cartoons is gonna be on full on some app. I forgot the name of the app. It's gonna come to me in a second. But all the old cartoons is on
Mm.
Fubu. I think Fubu or some. I forgot the name of the app that
Hulu?
anybody. It's not Hulu. It's some other streaming app. I forgot the name of it. Where
Gotcha.
all cartoons go. But as soon as I get it, I'm gonna let you know. Go ahead, Glenn.
so what I was gonna say was is that Stranger Things, right? That was in the theaters, right? That was a test run. Netflix going to theaters with Stranger Things. So now it's about the theaters because that shows your hand too. That was the whole point. It's like, is Netflix gonna keep movies from going to theaters? And or are they gonna, you know what I'm saying, like you said, a monopoly or
Yeah,
whatever.
that wasn't the
So it's
case.
like how, no, I'm just saying, how are we gonna keep the theaters alive? Because if WB is owned by Netflix, okay, now does that mean future projects are going to just be straight to streaming? Or so what's going to happen to the movie theaters? Here is the idea I could think of maybe is where you just keep that going maybe like where you have like a Regal 24 theater or AMC 24 and then throughout the day they showing seasons of shows. They got different you go to this theater you can watch this show, you can watch this movie, you can
Ooh,
watch, you know what I'm
I
saying,
like
something like
that.
that. Yeah, like you can go to the theater and watch the show at the theater and with the, you know, or you know what I'm saying, just to keep the theater like the dollar movie back in the day before they went to Blockbuster, they had the dollar movie. It would be like a movie would stay in the box office for like a, you know, regular theater, and then once that movie kind of died down, it went to a dollar theater, like a dollar movie, and that was a big thing. You guys can look it up. It was a huge thing. The dollar movie, you can go and watch all the movies that have been in, you know, in the box office for like 8 weeks, you know, 2 months. You can go to the dollar movie and watch it on the big screen. So we got to think about all these concepts, like of how do we keep the theater alive? Like how do we keep the movie theater alive and keep it utilized? Like showing, I know you can't show sports things, you can't show boxing matches and WW, you know, you can't show wrestling at the movie theater, which would be crazy if you could. But
Nah, it's Pluto.
how Pluto TV? Okay, Pluto. Okay, but yeah, how do we keep the movie theater alive? And then Amazon, Netflix, if you have a movie that you want to see on the big screen, it can do like a partnership with movie theaters, and you can go and watch that show in the movies, like and just for like maybe like a, you know, a couple of bucks, you know, whatever. But you, if the experience is keeping the movie theater moving and shaking, they're selling concessions, and you
Well,
can still watch,
well,
you know.
well, well, Glenn. With that idea, um, me and Sky is working on that idea. Me
Also,
and
you two are gonna solve this whole thing on your own.
I had an idea. I
Yeah,
had
Come on,
yes,
man,
yeah.
go
you
go
can
ahead, take a deep breath,
you
take a
can
deep breath,
you
just
can ask Sky. I didn't think it was possible until I had one of my other homies was like, "Yo, do this, that, and third, and the other," and
right.
and he was like, "It's possible because it's still about the idea that I'm presenting," and he was like, "Yo, it could happen. It's just that we just have to find a location to do it." And with that being said, um, I I just haven't pushed out that because I'm also in real estate, so I know the ins and out of real estate and what the real estate market is going right now is very volatile, and by it being so volatile, to figure out uh, the pricing of each time you enter into my facility, right? So those is a big factor. So Glenn, I'm working on it. It's just that I have to make sure all these factors fits into what's needed. And not and Nas, I know you. So the reason why I
Yeah,
didn't
certified hater over here. Yeah.
yeah, not the reason why I didn't like bring it up to you is because you're a person that's by the book, right? You don't have time for brainstorming.
We didn't get to you yet.
Yeah, yeah, you don't got time for brainstorming. You're straight to
I'm
book.
gonna brainstorm, but I'm gonna
You
be thinking about all the ways that it could possibly go wrong.
exactly.
That's
That's
my
the
process of
that's the point.
Y'all, hey man,
the ideas.
We have to
I
Every
can
single
I
get
can
idea. You
tell
together
y'all
notice?
before
friends,
we
I
speak
bro.
to
like how
you
the
again.
ideas flowing. I love them. but there's a chance that someone might not want to see this idea come to light. So we have to think
Hey,
about
Agreed.
what could those things be? What are the excuses that they could use to hinder the progress? So we know from now how we would counter it.
Of course.
Right?
mm.
Yeah,
That's how I think.
we already know. That's why we didn't come to you yet.
That's what I'm
We didn't
saying.
tell you yet.
Yeah, like
And yeah, man, like the local
Because
theater,
they're
like
people who
wherever
are
you
just
at,
their
yeah.
purpose is literally just to be enemies of progress, and that's all. That's
not.
what
It's
their
not.
purpose
It's
is.
not. It's not. Well, others are thinking that, but me, I like
That
to.
those
Well,
enemies of progress.
yeah, those enemies of progress is it just sucks because you're not progressing or growing as a human being. Others want just because you got $2 more than them, they think that you're bougie. No, no, I'm not. It's none of that. Like just because you have a better sneaker than me, I'm supposed to hate you. No,
So hold
I
on, hold
don't
on, hold
care.
on.
I
Let's
don't
talk about
care if you go
let's.
ahead.
I wanna talk about the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is the invisible hand. Like Google, when you want to market on YouTube and market your stuff, you got to pay them for ads. Meta, you got to pay them for ads. They
Oh,
got
oh,
that
because you're
blueprint.
using their platform. You're using
Right,
their
right,
services to do your thing.
right.
So you have
So
to give them a cut.
that's where the real money comes in is through
Hmm.
ads. Like, and the
It's
thing
the
is that
algorithm.
they will demonetize you. They'll shadow ban you if you don't pay them, bro. It's like the mob. And so, how do you get the word out to a lot of people that you're doing something without having to be price gouged through ad spend, and you don't even know what the response is going to be? Like you don't know.
Man,
Like
You
You have to
create
kind of
you
sell out
create
a little
you
bit.
cre-
go let
nah
it go
nah
outside.
nah.
Go outside.
You know how you do it. I see how ISO Speed does it. He creates his own ad
yeah,
within
he
the
has
ad.
content. He has
Yeah,
Yeah,
content.
fact.
yeah, but he creates his own ad within the ad.
Yeah,
He
correct.
he
And a lot of people started doing that. And I told my homeboy to do.
He
Once he
wasn't the
showed me his
first.
no,
Like
no.
he didn't
Once,
try to
once
offer
my
thing, but he's
well
not the
hey,
that's
first.
listen.
no.
Once my homeboy showed me his YouTube plaque, I said, bro, you need to start creating ads within your own video because, bro, like that's how you're gonna really be able. And then I
Exactly.
guess they
Yeah,
overheard
fact.
my idea, and then everybody started doing it. All the streamers started doing it. They had their own. Hey, man, by the way, man, you can download
People use
games.
their endorsements too. People
Yeah,
use those are all endorsements. Those are people that endorse into that channel.
yeah, they got
It's
sponsors.
all
Yeah,
endorsements.
yeah, they do a
Hmm.
sponsored ad
They pay
within the
them for that. Yeah,
video
they pay them for
themselves
that.
instead of like a skip button. You can't press
Right.
skip because they do is they intertwine it into the actual video.
Yeah,
So instead of it being like a skippable ad,
like
they'll
Dano
put it in
Thrasher,
the video.
Caleb City, Longage
Yeah,
Griffey,
yeah.
Ryan Higa,
They put the ad in the video
PewDiePie.
versus being a skippable ad.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hmm.
But yeah,
So
these are the things that that Netflix had a trouble with, and Paramount outbid them, and we're gonna see a lot of things that's gonna be happening with Paramount Warner Brother. Even this whole thing with the fatigue situation, with people were even downplaying Green Lanterns, right? Because we said some things. We shared
Rightfully
some
so.
we
Rightfully so.
yeah we shared some thoughts about Green Lantern, and he heard it. And what he said was, this is from comicbookmovies.com. Lantern showrunner explains HBO grounded approach to Green Lantern amid continued fan backlash. Right. So this says, um, Lantern showrunner Chris Murray has explained the challenge of making a superhero series within HBO aesthetic as fans continue to complain about DC Studio Grounded. Take on the Green Lanterns Corp, right? This was written a day ago. A day ago. It says here specifically, DC Studios and co-CEO James Gunn earned widespread acclaim for his work in the MCU, but he quickly discovered that running a studio is a lot more challenging than writing and directing a movie. Despite taking charge of the DCU alongside Peter Safran, Gunn specifically has faced an increased level of scrutiny from fans that definitely the case with projects he's not behind the camera for, and he's recently had to contend with a noticeable level of negativity aimed at both Supergirl and Lanterns. The former the former originally billed as an adaptation of Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow comic book seems to have little in common with the source material, particularly in terms of visuals. Lanterns, meanwhile, has been heavily criticized by fans and creative alike, largely because it grounded the Green Lantern Corps in a series that has more in common with True Detective than say Star Wars. In fairness, it was always described as being in that vein, but it seemingly many fans still didn't uh, accepted the show being more about two regular guys with one ring between them, wandering around the American heartland than an action-packed CG heavy adventure. Um, In the in the interview, Lantern showrunner Chris Moody has asked whether making the series more in line with HBO typical fare than a superhero TV series was a challenge. He says it was less challenging than it was just exciting. Our takes was that we have this incredibly rich um, myth- mythology within the Green Lantern's canon, and when we have the incredibly rich history of Sunday night HBO shows, everything from The Sopranos to Game of Thrones and in between. Why are you trying to compare yourself to Sopranos and the Game of Thrones? I don't understand. But I digress. The
Listen, bro.
fan,
Like,
the
but
fan.
I'm saying that I think that a lot of kids are desensitized. We already had Ryan Reynolds be Green Lantern. I was thinking while you were talking, I was like, yo, if they okay, so if they made like a gangster version of like Green Lantern where the link like the ring, it like literally like splits people in half. It like you can turn it into a hammer and smash people. Like the generation that we live in, like Gen Z, that
Mhm.
would be great. They'd be like, oh wow, we desensitized. We Grand Theft Auto 6, we still waiting on that. So it's like these kids now that watch this stuff, like they're like, yo, if I had that type of power, bro, it would be like the boys or like Gen V or whatever, like that the spinoff of the boys, Gen V. It would be
Mm.
like kind of like graphic. So it's like they have to decide. I don't know, is it like Disney behind the lanterns? Like who's behind that? Is it Disney?
No,
Or
it's DC. DC is doing Green Lanterns.
okay, so yeah, so the thing is that do you make it more like the Godfather of Harlem, Sopranos, and then mix that?
Oh,
Because
that's why
what?
he's saying that. Okay, I get it now.
Yeah,
That's why
so think about it,
he's saying
like
that.
if you like the kids now, they're so desensitized through rap and like drill music. Like if they had the lantern ring power, that junk is gonna look really crazy, bro. Like people gonna like, bro, the junk is not gonna be what you think. But do you make it as graphic as the boys? Nah, I don't think you need to make Green Lantern exactly like the boys. The boys is exaggerated. Like that's just illegal activity. Like, bro, like that's like Homelander is absolutely insane, bro. Like you can't. So it's kind of like, do you make it like Invincible? No, you can't make Green Lantern like Invincible, like where I got this ring and now I'm just smashing people. I'm just like boom, people getting killed, people getting cut in half with the link. So now it's like, where do you go with the story? Either it's going to be too soft, too hardcore. Like it's kind of like they're kind of like in a rock and a hard place because the previous movies have already failed.
Mm.
So that's kind of like where they at now. It's like dang, and then on top of that, it's a series. So it's like dang, like we got to drag this out. So there has to be high stakes. There has to be simplicity to where the audience understands the stakes,
Mm.
and then you have to also bring in some type of character attachment from the audience to the character. The audience has to care about the character. If the audience doesn't care, you screwed. So you see what I'm saying? So it's a
Yeah,
lot of nuances. Yeah, it's a lot of nuances right now, and they don't want to spend a lot of bread because if this thing fails, bro, that's money, bro. Like they gotta get this right because I have never seen a successful Green Lantern movie. And Ryan Reynolds went on. He was like, "Man, I'm doing Daredevil. I mean, I'm doing you know what I'm saying? Was it Deadpool? And I'm just gonna turn it rated R, bro. I'm just gonna go all the way in because like I was Deadpool in the X-Men movie, and then that was crazy. And then he reinvented himself, and now he just took off with it. You know, rated R. Nigga, just figure it out later, nigga. Rated R, Deadpool. So
fact.
you know what I'm saying? So it's hard to duplicate Ryan Reynolds um the graphic, you know, Deadpool Wolverine. It's like because there's a lot of red tape, yellow tape, whatever you want to call it. But you know, I can kind of see where they are stuck right now. Like they don't know, like, okay, do we go over the top with this, or do we? How are we going to get the audience to get on board? Because the generation that we're targeting is so desensitized. It's almost kind of like if it's not like the boys, or if it's not like you know what I'm saying? Like something that's really over the like or invincible or like how are we gonna make a rated PG-13 version of Green Lantern and then every kid is thinking like, man, if I had that ring, I'm going after all my enemies, bro. Like everything is up, bro. Like I'm smashing like the junk is gonna be insane.
That makes sense.
So
That
yeah,
that makes
so
sense
that's where that's
of why
yeah.
he said everything from The Sopranos to Game of Thrones and in between.
That's not true because you can't harm with the Green Lantern ring. It's like a mechanism inside the ring where you can't harm like you can't harm people with it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you can't kill. You can't kill. It's pretty much.
Green Lanterns are known for. They're supposed to be the police of space.
The only one to do it was Bruce Wayne. That was the only person to do it, bro. Word up.
That's crazy. Then the last quote says here the fun of it was to try to create a real layered drama that dealt with who these characters are as a human being while still staying true to the spirit making of of what makes the comics so special. He continued. We wanted it to be accessible for anyone who doesn't know the canon, but at the same time, satisfying for people who know the lore in minute detail. So, yes, it was challenging, but only in the way that the most fun things are. Um, Mundy added, seemingly confirming fan theory that Lanterns being a HBO meant it had to become a series that fits in with the cable network uh, typical aesthetic. Despite the current negative buzz, a second trailer with some classic comic book imagery could completely change the narrative. Plus, regardless of whether Lanterns exceeded expectations or uh, disappoints fans, Jon Stewart will return in Man of Tomorrow, where he likely to be portrayed in a manner that far more in line with what's on the page. Interesting. Lanterns follows new recruit John Stewart and Lanterns legend Hal Jordan to Intergalactic Corp, drawn into a dark Earth-based mystery as they investigate a murder in American heartland. So yeah, we know the plot twist, so we don't need to read the plot. But all actuality, he hears us. He hears us. He's one of those trust me bros. Quotation. Trust me, bro. Like yes, yes. For me personally, as he wrote this, he felt that it was challenging for him to try to keep up with the lore and try to bridge it. That's his. I think that's what he's saying here. He's he's trying to bridge within the lore of Green Lanterns, keeping that lore and try to fit it into a particular aesthetic that portrays to new generation. I think
What they
that's
I
what
think
they're
what they
trying.
could do once I saw the animated version, like the story with the portrayal and all that with the former Green Lantern, it's like animated. I
Hmm.
don't know the name of it, but you guys can look it up. But there was an animated Green Lantern. It was pretty decent. You know what I'm saying? It was like a betrayal, it was a whole thing. But what they could do is turn it into like a murder mystery type situation or like a thriller. Like so if they do something
Plot
like that
twist.
where it's like
That's part of
yeah, a
the
plot
plot.
twist,
Yeah, that's part of the
yeah,
plot.
yeah. So if they do something like that, that could probably work.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? If
it
they
says
have like
it
a
says it right here. Two intergalactic corp drawn into a dark Earth-based mystery as they investigate a murder in the American heartland.
yeah, okay, so yeah, I'm familiar with that story. That storyline is pretty good, and if they do it like that and stick to it, like I said, like it's gonna have to be a connection with the characters and the audience. The audience has to care. If the audience doesn't care, the whole thing is screwed. You screwed. If the chemistry is not between the characters in the show, if they ain't got no chemistry, if it's not like Rush Hour, like you know how chemistry works, like between you know what I'm saying the other, like it has to be chemistry. It has to be like you have to invest in it. Like if the audience is rocking with it and it's a good story, then they probably got something on their hands. They can probably make it work. It'll probably work, bro. Because the Green Lantern story in itself is pretty good, but it's been told so bad to where that it's just like corny. Like people like what the
There's like
so
there's no confidence in it currently.
right,
But
right.
here's the thing, Galen. So I've mentioned this before, and I try to mention it almost every single time this topic comes up. But there's a content creator on YouTube who goes by the name Superframe. He did um a two-part video. The first part saying how to make a bad movie or how to make a bad Green Lantern movie, and then he did the second part, which is how to make a good Green Lantern movie. It's there on YouTube. If you guys want, I can post a link. But he went into what his ideal Green Lantern story or movie would be like, and these are part of the reasons why I say I really love how the nerds, the people that people don't really care about on in the YouTube space, care more about what fans might be interested to see than the people who are supposed to care because of stuff like that. That's when I saw it, it's like, man. And the thing is, even if you disagree with the vision, the fact that there is a vision, and that the vision that is being showcased is better than the vision that we got from the people who are supposed to have vision. you know, it's just wild to me. That's always a very wild dynamic there.
Some of the best,
Like
I think
seriously.
some of the best shows.
Mhm.
I think like some of the best shows or like movies or whatever is the ones that we didn't know we needed. The
Yes.
ones we didn't know we needed. Like I didn't know I needed that. Like when you watch something and you like, yo, I didn't even know I needed that. I didn't even know I like I wasn't even asking for this, but now I can't see myself not having like Captain America, like the whole Captain America thing. Like We didn't know we needed Captain America until
Until
we
we
got
saw
it,
it.
and then it worked. Yeah, and then now it worked. Now we can't imagine not having a Captain. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like I feel what you're saying. Like yeah, uh, man,
Yeah, so you know, um, he, so at least you know that you know when it comes to Green Lanterns, we um I don't know if you were here the time we was talking about this when Green Lantern was in production, and then when we found out about the script, and then Sky Sky Sky, you remember what you said about Green Lanterns that it reminds you something about the a show the Atlanta show.
That was Wonder Man.
Oh, that
Yeah,
was
by
Wonder
Childish
Man.
Gambino.
Okay, that was Wonder
Yeah,
Man.
Wonder Man.
What was your take on Green Lanterns again before all this buzz was going on? Because we
Um,
seen the trailer,
uh,
we seen
it
the
was about the
script.
storyline. Yeah, it was the storyline about it. It was like something like X Files or something like that.
Oh, okay, X Files.
Because of the because of, it was X Files. It was something. It was something either something. It was something else. The way the storyline was how everybody.
Repeat that.
Repeat that.
You was under the
You was
water.
underwater. Oh, it was some type of storyline where like he's a detective and they're like in like they're like in like a country or something. They're in like a country like down in, like Western times type shit. I'm like, I
Mm.
forgot what it was, man. Damn, I forgot what it was. I forgot the movie, but I'm gonna
Is it
think of
from
that.
Clint Eastwood?
'Cause Clint Eastwood. I don't know. I can't remember what I said.
Okay.
That's when we first started talking about it.
Yeah.
But definitely, you know how I am about movies. I always get like a sense of what it is, type shit.
Yeah, for sure. And then you was telling you from watching the trailer, you was like, yo, all right, you was like, there's gonna be people that's gonna not like this iteration, and with this person that wrote it and the the talked to James Gunn and talked to whoever is producing this, he's listening to us as we see, and he was just pretty much saying like, give it a shot, you know, whether give me a fair shake. If I messed up, I messed up, and I'm gonna say I messed up, you know. But I tried my best to give you to give you what the lore is all about when it comes to Green Lantern, you know. So, uh, I hope for the best for Green Lantern. I'm gonna watch it. It comes out very soon, you know. So I just hope that it's gonna be um, great. Speaking of DC, um,
well. I look at it like this, bro,
mhm,
and I know I said this before, but when you double down on it like a niche, like if it's a thriller, action, or mystery, you gotta have a one strong point out of those three. Like, yeah, you gotta have at least one strong point. But if you got all three connecting, like the action, the mystery, the thriller, like that's like a rare thing, right?
mhm.
Like you know how you watch a movie and you be like, man, that was a great action movie, but the story sucked, or the story was just kind of like, whatever. Or you might say, well, wow, that was a great thriller movie, but it was missing the mystery. Like I knew who did it in the first, like. So you see what I'm saying? Like it's like there's gonna be a strong point in that you're gonna have to double down on in order to have a good movie, like so, or a good show. So it's like, but the really good movies, they check all the boxes. Man, that was a good action movie. It had a great story. It was a great mystery. At the end, I didn't know who did it. I didn't, until the last. moment, like kind of like maybe like Knives Out or something like that, right?
Mhm.
So what I'm saying is that if it's going to be a thriller or if it's going to be a mystery, double down on that. And that's why I was saying about I think I said a while back, if it wasn't on here, it's somewhere else. I was talking about the Batman, with the Riddler. My vision of the Riddler, it would like, yeah, that wasn't like the Batman, it was a decent movie, but they could have like the whole mystery thing of Batman being like a detective, doubling down on that. Like I felt like that was good, but you know, that was a mystery. We know Batman for being an action movie. So it's like, okay, now we got an action movie plus a mystery movie plus like, so it's like people are not gonna, they're gonna be like, either the Batman was a good mystery movie, it was a great action movie, it was a great, and so you see how you can kind of be spread thin because it's like, what was the Batman? What would you consider that a mystery movie, an action movie? And then what got it right and what got it wrong? So it's like people are learning from those things, like film writers, screenwriters. They're all learning from these past mistakes of other movies. They're like, okay, the Batman, it has strong points here, but it failed on this. And so how can we make, you see what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
that's what these guys are starting to do. They're starting to look at like, okay, we don't have enough money to fail, bro. Like bro, this is our last $20, bro. Like if this fails, bro, we're screwed. Like, bro, this is
Mhm.
my last 20. Like this is my last $20, boy. If this don't work, bro, my life's gonna get cut off. And those be some of the best rap albums. Those be some of the best movies. Those be some when you down bad, bro. Like Ice Cube was when he made Friday. Like when you really down bad, bro, and you have to make a move, bro. Like it just has to work, bro. Like out of desperation, bro. Like you have to make something that's gonna be like, bro. If this don't work, bro, I'm gonna die, type stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that's kind of what's missing from a lot of these people that's making movies now. They got so much money thrown at them, zillions and billions of whatever, and it's just like they don't really care because it's like if it don't work, we still gonna make our money. So anyway,
Facts.
that's my rant. That's my
You,
rant, bro. I just
no, you right. You right on that. You right on that. That's why. That's why. That's why going on this. That's why James Gunn paused on the authority. He just stopped on trying to make the authority. So
Wait, he's not doing the authorities anymore?
yeah, he paused on it.
Yeah. Oh, with the main people of the authorities was Apollo and somebody else, but they're supposed to be their version of Batman and
I'm assuming so.
no, no, that's what they are. The
Oh,
leaders of this group, they're a gay couple, Apollo and somebody else. They're
oh,
that world's Batman and Superman.
oh. So that's why he paused on it.
I don't know if that is why, but that's the
Come
most
on.
interesting part about those characters.
That's another reason why James Gunn wants to not be part of CEO of Paramount Wins. Think about it. It has to be a lot to be because like James Gunn don't want nobody telling him what to do. He's one of those guys. He's one of those guys that 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 had Joker 2 look like a fucking stupid shit. Yeah, Joker 2 look like a fucking stupid shit. You had fucking Madam Web look like some fucking stupid shit. If if Madam Web was written the right way, Sony would have won. Sony would have won big time because adding Madam Web could create this whole facade of interconnected or web connection to Marvel and adding um, Sony Spider-Man characters into Marvel. It was not gonna be bridge between them. That's how that's the most reason why Spider-Man Beyond the Spider-Verse was created, and it created so well to have multiple universes, and for them to choose this particular writer to make Madam Web was was bonkers to me. And the one that created the same person that created Joker 1 was a smash hit. Then to have this Joker 2 look like a fucking basket case was like what the shenanigans, you know. That's why the authority was not going to be as well praised. Think about it. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to, get into politics, but that's one of the reasons I would say. That's one of the reasons I would say that would happen or could happen. You know, he says here,
Hey man, yeah. At this point, bro, I'm thinking that I was watching a video on YouTube and the dude was saying he was like, "Yo, where's all this money going, or where's all this money coming from to even have the budgets for some of these movies?" And it's almost like the reason why if you spend $100 million making a movie and you make $100 million, they say that you took a loss, right? And I'm like, well, okay, but he's like, where's all the money really going? Like how is it a loss? And he started pulling back the numbers, and he was like, it's because it could be washing, it could be like a money. Now I'm not, hey bro, listen, I'm not trying to, you know, be some type of agent or nothing like that, but I'm just saying he was like, take a look at like some of this stuff, bro, could just be a reason to like wash money. Like it's a money washing system where they
money
don't care what
laundering.
the money is. They just, yeah. It's like, yeah, like, yo, I got some money I gotta get rid of. I gotta get cleaned up. Hey, I'm gonna make a movie. I don't care if it does well or not. As long like, bro, I just gotta get the money out of my hands, bro. Like I just gotta make something so that way the money is not it's not it's not crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't
Yeah,
care if
for
we win or lose.
tax purposes, yeah. That's still being done in real estate.
Mm.
So that's nothing brand new. It's still being done in real estate.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So some of these budgets and some of these producers, like it's like, bro, y'all spent how much money on what? And, and it's like, bro, they don't care because it's like, so it's a lot of it's a lot of stuff behind the scenes, bro. Like I don't want to get into, but like you just don't really know where this money's coming from to even make the movie to begin with. And then next thing you know, they say the movie took a loss. They might be telling that to the actors that didn't get paid
No, they
or the
got
people
paid.
that didn't get. Well, I'm no, I'm saying like somebody didn't. When they say they lost money, it's not saying that the people who put their bread up initially didn't make money. It's saying that people who were involved, they lost the money. They didn't get like they lost money, not the initial investor. The initial listen, if
Yeah,
you
I
put a
know, I
hundred
know,
million
I
dollars
know,
on
I
the
know what you
yeah, you
mean.
feel what I'm
With
saying?
with
Like yeah,
the initial
yeah, he
investor,
gonna make his money.
he wants a profit. He doesn't want to just create a loss. There's no investor is not gonna want 20% of their profit, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
But but see what they've been saying was like if I put 100 million up to make a movie and then it makes 200 million, they'll say, "Oh, that was a loss. They didn't make their money back." And then that's where the discrepancies come for the average person. They're like, "Wait a second, they spent 100 million to make the movie, and then they made 150 million. How come that's considered a failure? They made $50 million. Well, there's a lot of other stuff.
I can
You know what
explain
I'm
that
saying?
because
Yeah, go ahead.
when say for example, right, uh, any typical movie that just hit is just like for example, Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson was the budget was about 200. The budget was 200, and it made far more than that. They only was supposed to make 450. If they make 450, 450, 500, that's good to the investor. The actors already got paid already. The
Right,
writers already got paid already. The producers already got paid already. The editing already is done already. Those the first the first step already done. The second step is already done. The marketing is already done. The investor is waiting for their percentage to come back to them. If they put up 100, they're supposed to get back maybe 75, depending on depending on how much depending on how much conversation go on. Like, oh, this is how much I need. This is how much I need for this project. Can you give me 100% loan or 80% loan? I'll go find another loan somewhere else, right? So that's how
right.
producers.
Hold on. You're saying they got to make 75, so they got to make 175 million. If they put the 100 up, they got to make the 100 back plus the 75. That's profit.
Not necessarily. It depends on
You got to get
how.
your initial. You got to get your initial investment back.
Yeah, it all depends on it all depends on the no negotiations. Like if the investor says I want okay, I'll give you 75%, but I want 15% back.
Okay, percentage. Okay,
Yeah,
I thought we were talking
or
about millions. Okay,
no, that's how
you
it's
talking about?
done.
Yeah. You talking about
That's how
percentage? I got you.
yeah, that's
I got you.
how
Yeah,
negotiations work. Like the same thing as a
yeah,
credit card. If
yeah.
if you're paying for something 100 or 200 or 2,000, you're gonna pay me back 150 every month until
Right,
I recoup my money. And you're
right.
gonna get
But okay,
you're
so
gonna
in
yeah.
real estate, you would get a mortgage for maybe like 150, and then the the borrower, the homeowner would pay probably in interest probably another 100 over
Mhm.
30 years.
Mhm.
So that's kind of how that goes. Yeah,
Mhm. Mhm.
they'd probably pay another 100,000 over 30 years
Mhm.
on top of that. Yeah.
Unless a a small owner was like, "Yo, I'm gonna flip this shit," and and then that's that. Because there's smart owners that be like, "Yo, I'm gonna just buy this property and flip it," and then they get,
Right. I'm just talking about the traditional homeowner, like if they went
of
and got a
course,
mortgage.
traditional. Yeah,
Yeah,
facts.
yeah, traditional.
Traditional.
Yeah, FHA. Yeah, 3%. Yeah, five
Yeah,
percent,
yeah.
six.
That's
Yeah,
yeah. Let's keep it that way.
yeah. Thirty
Yeah, of
year,
course.
30-year mortgage. Yeah,
Keep
yeah.
it simple.
They're gonna
To
buy the
keep it
bank a
simple.
house.
Yeah.
They say I'm gonna buy the bank a house in this deal. I'm gonna buy the bank. I'm gonna buy the bank a house, and I'm gonna buy my house. So yeah, when you look at the interest amortization over years, like 30 years, the homeowner actually paid in interest the amount of the house and paid the amount.
Mhm.
a lot of
Mhm.
people, a lot of people don't look at it like that, but that's what actually happens. Is
Mhm.
that you're gonna pay for the house twice? So,
Not
but yeah, I got you.
not necessarily. You have equity. So um
Yeah,
if
but that's only realized on the sale of the house,
no
and then
you
or a equity line of credit. That's if you're a flipper though. If you're a flipper or investor, yeah.
yeah,
But
you'll think about that. But
it,
ideal home renter don't think about yo, you've been living here for years. You know you got money saved up, right? They're gonna be like, what you mean? I got money saved up. How's that even possible? What are you talking about? It's gonna sound foreign to them.
right,
it's gonna sound foreign to them. So yeah, of course, right. That's how negotiations work in movie. Like it's either 85 to 100%, and then they'll say, yo, 20%. So if the movie made the budget was 400 grand, and they got two investors to get them the full amount. Now, with that, they got to pay uh, two investors their money. So if they said that it's gonna take 400 grand to do this and all that, boop boop bop bop, and they made they made 400 back, or out of box office sales, 500 back out of box office sales, the the investors only gonna make 100 back, 100 grand back, right? And the initial owner, the initial the initial writer or the initial producer is not gonna make that much back in return, because the producer, and the writer are the ones gonna get, and the actor are gonna get perpetuity. When I say perpetuity, that means the amount of time is gonna get streamed, the amount of time is gonna get shown and gonna get shown. They're still gonna get paid. They're still gonna get paid. Actors, writers, producers are gonna get paid in perpetuity after they finish paying their investor. After they finish paying their investor, they're gonna get paid in perpetuity. That's why Friends, the actors are still getting paid now. They're still getting paid to this day because Friends are still being showed.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
that's why it's getting paid in perpetuity. So
Yeah.
with investors, that's why, um some, right now in this climate, investors don't want to touch authority because of authority's background. And it's hard to present authority the way that, Gunn wanted it. Is not going to be approachable to my own sense. Even though I can read this whole thing to you guys, I just know from experience of what's going on in the gaming industry, because I'm into the gaming industry, and I'm in the news and stuff like that just as well. I study on my craft and history of DC and Marvel. I can see I can see it from a broad expectancy of what's going on in these spaces, of how much is being hated on DEI, of of how the Black Lives Matter movement got infiltrated by them, or, how
Right.
the whole person that started it was a scammer. There's all
Right.
these different.
Come on.
That's why I'm telling you. I know what's going. I'm in the know.
Bruh.
So
Bruh.
you're not talking to a person that doesn't do their.
Don't really know what's going on. Yeah, I feel
Yeah.
you. Like, but I'm looking at the article. I'm looking at the article. Yeah, I didn't know nothing about. Like, I'm not really, you know, on the James Gunn thing. But I'm looking at the article you posted, and I'm starting to realize, I think there was some pushback because you got to factor in, bro. Like, these people can't afford to just keep losing money, bro. Like on stuff that's not proven, and so that's why they keep remaking and rehashing all the stuff that's familiar with audience. But
Mhm.
when you break out like Ryan Coogler, he played the game, he found a niche, and he was like, "Yo, I'm gonna play the game. Like I'm gonna do Rocky. You know what I'm saying? I'll do a spin off of Rocky. Apollo Creed, get
Mhm.
the black crowd, get the Michael B. Jordan joint. But really, in the back of my mind, I got Sinners in my back pocket.
Mhm.
I can't tell them about Sinners. Forget that. I gotta go out here and do this dance. You know what I'm saying? I'll do the Black Panther joint.
Yeah, you
I'll do
did
the
that one well.
Rocky.
You did Black Panther well.
Yeah, I'll do that one. Yeah, he did Black Panther. So I'll do that.
he made me hate him and love him at the same time.
Exactly. But the thing is that I think the Creed thing was the IP of Rocky, right? But he
Mhm.
was able to take a different approach and then keep it going, right? So that
Mhm.
was genius. But in the back of his mind, bro, he didn't want to make Black Panther necessarily. I mean, yeah, okay, Black Panther. In the back of his mind, bro, he's like, man, listen, when I get my money up, I'm going to make Sinners. In the back of my, like, that's what he was.
Mm. And that's why he was doing Battlefield as well. I don't know if you know that. Hello, hello. Like,
Galen, are you there?
yeah. So you see why um you understand why the authority is not being portrayed right now.
Yeah. I was also looking at it from the perspective of, well, the main group that we should be trying to set up is the Justice League. We don't have that. Instead, we have the Justice Gang. And not just a Justice Gang, we have a Justice Gang that's being run by Maxwell Lord of all people, who is a shady bad guy in DC. So why the hell is this person in charge of that? However, we need to set up, make sure that we have a good roster of Justice League characters. So trying to set up the anti-hero version of the Justice League, which is the authorities, is kind of a weird turn. Like, especially why you trying to put this movie out and set them up before we even fully structure and set up our main roster of Justice League characters. It's working backwards. Establish Justice League first, and then afterward, he can worry about dealing with the authorities. Show us what the type is, and then do the anti-type afterward. Do the inverse of that afterward. Like,
Yeah,
what does a Batman and Superman dynamic look like? Then go ahead and say, what if they were gay?
that's why
Mm.
they're still
Yeah, so wait it out.
they're still trying to do um paradise. They're still trying to do paradise lost.
Paradise Lost, which is
They
good, and they're
they're
still trying to
still
do Booster Gold, which is good.
yeah. Those two things are still happening. Authority, if you're talking about what you just said, that's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen
Mm.
in this climate. You're just gonna have to wait it out.
Mhm.
In this climate, at this time, that's not gonna happen. So, and I know that he has a problem with the script. Wait, whoever is writing it, whoever is helping him write the authority, I'm sure he's having problems of trying to have this
But it's kind
conveyance.
of weird here. It's kind of weird here in the sense that the way that initially when he was speaking about what his plans was for DC, and
Hmm.
he's mentioned the authorities, he spoke about it with so much love and care. And now we're learning that he was saying, I didn't want to do it initially. Like, pick a side, dude. You wanted to do it or you don't want to do it. Which one? Why all of a
That's
sudden you're gonna be saying that you didn't want to do it to begin with?
I just
That's
ex-
weird.
I just explained why.
I know, but
Yeah,
it's still weird. I get the explanation, right? Cool, but it's still weird. It's weird. It's very weird. Because initially, again, the enthusiasm that he's trying to say DC's back. Don't now that I'm the head of DC, I'm gonna be doing a lot of things to please you, the fans. And now when it comes push comes to shove, he's like, oh, I didn't say that. I didn't want to do that initially. No, I can't trust you, James Gunn. I can't
but
trust your words.
he did say that if a script, he's not gonna announce anything until the script is done.
And
These are the
I agree
plan.
with that.
This is the plan that he wanted to do.
Yeah.
Gods and monsters. This is what
Hmm.
DCU was gonna become. Gods and
Yeah.
monsters. Um, this he set a tone. He set what was gonna foretell. If if the script ain't done on time, he's gonna put them on the back burner. So even though he said that Paradise Lost is still there, we still haven't had our character of Wonder Woman yet. We still haven't seen our character for Booster Gold yet.
But Paradise Lost is supposed to be set for Wonder Woman, which is kind of weird, as you rightly point out just now, that we're getting Paradise Lost before Wonder Woman. We haven't even gotten Paradise yet. Why are we getting Paradise Lost before we get Paradise? That's weird.
I think what James Gunn is thinking is that from the Snyderverse, you
Mm.
already had an understanding of Wonder
But it's a
Woman's
different universe.
Wonder Woman's lore. right? That's what.
True, we do, because it's still fresh in our minds. But again,
Yeah, that's
alternate
my
universe.
that's I understand that part, but that's just my theory. You know what I mean? My theory could be completely wrong, but that's just my theory that I think maybe that's
Oh,
why
which makes sense.
you know.
Movie-wise, it makes sense.
Um, but on that note, just wanted to let you guys know what's going on with. Now we're gonna transition to Marvel. I got two more topics to talk about. Then we're gonna be done for the night, and we're gonna clock it in at 4 hours and 15.
Damn,
Um, it was a long conversation. Spider-Man:
good
Brand New
too.
Day test screening. Early reactions called Tom Holland starring Beyond Excellent. So it seems that the screening for Spider-Man was very, very great, according to the
Were we
critics.
expecting any different?
No.
Exactly. So this is no big deal. Next,
So
Spider-Man, awesome. Next.
the test screening was reaction was very great.
Mm,
So that's that take. And then
mm,
and then also X-Men X-Men unveil new characters and costumes and teams
mm,
for X-Men 97 season 2.
mm. I haven't even seen season one.
What? Bruh.
I know, man. I told you guys on the podcast already. I have this weird thing that if I find that something is in connection to something else, I will believe that I need to make it my personal duty to see that first thing first.
Mm,
So since X-Men 97 is supposed to be a tie-in to the 97 series, I need to watch the 97 series. And I haven't watched the 97 series as yet.
well,
I said that.
well, please
And
watch
and you
season
guys were
one.
telling me that no, I don't need to worry about that. Just jump in with this. And I was still very skeptical about this last year when we spoke about the matter.
Yeah, cause like with X-Men 97, it's not it's not more so canon. I well I well
Because
c-
it's canon to that story that was told before.
before I didn't know. I would say this. I didn't know. I didn't. My theory on that was way before. Was it way before? Or did we see X-Men 97 after Deadpool? Yeah. So there was no way my theory or my thought process wasn't clear because um, Deadpool was in the summer, and then X-Men 97 happened in the summer to winter range. So um, X-Men 90, yeah, X-Men 97 doesn't fall into the multiverse per se, mm.
No, not
But
the multiverse. This has nothing to do with the multiverse. This was the original series, the X-Men series that was in the 90s. Da-na-na-na-na-na.
oh,
Da-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na.
oh,
That. You
well,
guys made me
yes,
know that, hey, this is connected to that.
yeah,
And
it's
my personal thing is, I like watching things in sequential order. I like seeing what
oh,
comes first, then next, then next, and next. So if I
watch the
haven't watched
beginning.
that old show, I don't have the right. I haven't earned the right to watch this. That's how I saw that. And I shared that with you guys.
Yeah, yeah, okay, I see what you mean. I see exactly what you mean. Yeah, yeah. I'm definitely gonna see season two, and I'm definitely gonna see the old version because the old version has um the old version. I might see X Force, and then I might see Archangel because in X-Men 97 season two, they're gonna have three different teams: X Force, um, Archangel, and then X Corp. And X Force made up of Cain and Abel and then Archangel with Cyclops, Sunspot, and Jubilee. Another group uh, with Jean Grey, Cyclops, Polaris is called X Corp. So that's what's gonna go down.
Wait, they're gonna bring in Sunspot, the alien stereotype, the Japanese stereotype. They're bringing
Yeah,
him in.
yeah. Archangel. There's gonna be
No, no, you
Archangel.
said Sunspot.
Yeah, Sunspot. Yeah,
Yeah,
Sunspot. Yeah.
he is a Japanese stereotype. That's literally what he's made for. He's braggadocious, over the top. Japan, number one. That's him.
Hmm.
If there's
Interesting.
anyone who's proud of his country, it's Sunspot. Sunspot is proud to be Japanese. He's more
Hmm.
proud to be Japanese than Captain America is proud to be American. Just saying.
And then there's also a team called Ancient Egypt team that includes Beast, Rogue, Nightcrawler, Bishop, and Magneto.
Mm.
So that's the post. They if you look at it, they show you the posters of each team. So
Look at it right now.
so that's that. I'm gonna definitely post these in the Facebook because
Hmm.
it's gonna be awesome just showing these, and then I might put these on Instagram too. It's
Mm.
gonna be it's
This
gonna be
is Cable, Archangel, Psylocke, Sunspot, and Jubilee. Um,
yeah it's gonna yeah it's gonna be very awesome, just very awesome. With X-Men '97. I will take some time to watch the first. I might gonna um the first one. I hope that the first one don't have any explicit things because with X-Men '97 it has that, but they like shunned it in a way.
mm. The
They
only thing is, in the original series, they're more curvy. Yeah. Yeah, the yamage is yamming. Whether you
Hmm.
feel me?
Hmm.
Bunda galore.
With that being said, um, that's good that we get to see something with X Men '97 because X Men '97 season two is gonna come out
Mm,
this year. We just haven't had a release date yet.
gotcha.
Yeah, we haven't had a release date yet. I just wanted to let you guys know about X Men '97, um, new costumes and team ups that's gonna be happening and villains and stuff like that that's gonna happen. So I just wanted to let you guys know about that. Sharing some thoughts about um, Marvel. Marvel got this thing now. They Marvel is under a new CEO. It's not on old regime. They laid off about 1,000 people for AI. From ScreenCrush.com. Wanted to let this play out. Let's just play.
Mm.
There we go.
Evangeline Lilly tells the shape of
It's a
the
bloodbath at Disney, and Marvel Studios just took the worst of it. Yesterday, the company laid off approximately 1,000 employees company wide, and nearly the entire visual development team at Marvel was let go.
Before I spread this post, when I saw it on social media, I needed to
what
fact
I'm
check
seeing
it.
here.
So I reached
It's
out to
not
my
just
good
Marvel
friend
fans
Andy Park, who
who were
was the genius
surprised and
behind
troubled
creating
by
the
the news that
original
Marvel was laying
Wasp
off nearly the
supersuit
entire
and the
Academy Award winning
original
visual
Wasp
development
concept
team
drawings
at
for
Marvel
the
Studios.
film Ant-Man and the Wasp,
At
and just
least
said,
one
"Is
Marvel
this
star
true? Is
is
this really
outraged
what's
by the
happening?"
move.
And he said, "Yeah, it's
Evangeline
true.
Lilly,
I
who appeared as
have
Hope
been
Van
let go."
Dyne or the Wasp in three Ant-Man movies, Avengers Endgame and
And
Ant-Man Attraction at
I
Homecoming
can't quite
Disneyland.
believe that
Film
Disney
reaction
have let
Film the
go
reaction to the
of
news
the
about
artists
Marvel's
who
studio
brought the
visuals,
current
visual
Marvel
development team
universe to
and posted
life
it on
through their
Instagram,
imagination and
where
their
she wrote,
genius.
at
That the
Disney,
people
shame
who
on you for turning your
invented these
back on
characters
the
in the
people
first
who
place, who
built the
designed
power
them in
you
the
are
first
now
place, are
using to throw
now
them away.
being replaced by
Ding
AI.
ding.
AI that will
So she
take their
wrote,
designs and
why
take
are
what those
laws that
artists
remove
created
all human art from
and
the AI
use
banned?
it to create
Now, where are
iterations
the
of
laws that
that.
remove all human art
I am
from the
so
AI
sorry,
banned?
Andy, and I am so sorry
Why
to
do
every
they get
single
to
one of the
steal our
artists who were
brilliance
let
and use
go
it to
in the
make executives
1,000
rich,
artists
while
that
the
Disney
artists responsible for
fired,
feeding their
and
robots go hungry?
particularly the entire
Disgusting.
team at
California
Marvel
lawmakers,
who
where
have
are you?
been
To
considered
the
obsolete now
Marvel
after building
Studios artists
the
who
Marvel
designed and
empire.
brought to life the glory days of
If
Marvel,
you're
I
a
salute
huge
you.
fan of Marvel,
I was
just
there.
take a moment
I know what
today
you did.
to think about
I know
them,
how
to send up a
passionately
prayer for
you
them,
worked
to
round
honor
the clock
them,
to make magic
to
happen.
honor the people who created the world
You
that
are the
you
magicians.
fell in love
No
with.
matter what the wizards
That
offering
was a
you
human
odds
invention.
may
These were
make it look like going
human
forward,
creations,
I will never forget. At
and they
Disney,
shouldn't be
shame on
stolen
you for
by
turning your
tech
back on the
giants
people who
so that
built the
their
power
robots
you are
can
now
replicate
using to
them.
throw them
I
away.
think it's disgusting and
Fans, please
horrible.
share the
And
love
I
with
stand with
Andy Park
all the
art.
artists.
Tell
And
him how
Andy, I'm
much
so
his art
sorry.
has meant
And I
to
love
you
you
over the
guys.
years. He was responsible for designing so many of your favorite Marvel Studios characters. And producer Patrick, thank you for spreading the word. Everybody, please check out his full post and you can see through her story, she said. Then she added, well, we just read that part.
Mhm.
She also singled out and credited the work of Andy Park, who just read that part, who was one of the longest tenured members of the Marvel Visual Development team, who was part of the recent round of Disney layoffs. In his own post about the news recently, Park wrote, "I was there at the start of a team that broke the mold. 16 years, 40 plus films, and 15 films led as director of visual development. I couldn't be producer of the history we made. I couldn't be prouder of the history we made." The word from Forbes is that Marvel plans to hire freelance artists to contribute to the design of movies on per project basis moving forward, while keeping a skeleton crew of the full-time production staff to coordinate their work. How this news will affect the quality of Marvel designs will only be clear in a couple of years. The studio has Spider-Man Brand New Day and Avengers Doomsday both headed to theaters in later in 2026. Mm.
Mhm.
So yeah,
That's crazy, ain't it?
I'd say. But this is the same thing that Galen and I were talking about earlier. I was
Mhm.
saying because you were saying how AI could be used and so forth and so forth to help to edify the movie going experience in
Yeah,
terms of
because
storytelling, in terms of capturing the visuals. And I was saying, hey, as much as that is a good idea, there are people in place who are not gonna like the idea of that because they're gonna feel like, hey, you're stealing our opportunities, you're stealing our credibility, you're stealing our work, you're stealing our talent. You're using what we gave, what we created, and you're leaving no room for us to work. And therefore, they might rally in arms with the Writers Guild or the Actors Guild or whatever guild in Hollywood to say, hey, we need to stand up against this. This is tyranny. Then these outside people who have nothing to do with this, who will now returning to lawmakers. The lawmakers have nothing to do with what's going on over here, but now we're looking to them to go and come and fix our mess. This has nothing to do with the lawmakers at all. But
But
because we're
if we
so
don't
up in
stand
arms and so uptight about it.
if we don't stand if we don't stand with them, nothing is gonna be done
Yeah, we agreed on that.
logistically. You know, I for me perspectively, it's the same thing with what's going on with internet. Two
Mm,
two-part authentication, now face screening, because for kids now adults adults can't you can't trust adults to make sure that your kid is not being watched or being utilized
taken
for
advantage of in that
or
space.
in that space. Correct. So with that, now the government was like, fine, since parents can't fix their own mess, we gotta fix it for them. You know,
That is
uh,
different. That
no, it's
is
not.
about
It's not different at all because it's the same thing that's going on with AI. There's no
I tell you
laws.
what's different.
There's
In the
no laws
context of
being
this, I'll
created.
share what's different. In the context of this, I'll share what's different. One is dealing with child safety, and then the other one is dealing with people being able to create.
I I get that, but
This is not the same.
the same thing
They're
exists
being
by
treated
law,
as the same. Yeah,
but
they're being
by
treated the
law,
same, but they're
by
not the
law.
same.
In the context that I'm going with by
Hmm.
law, by what's written for things to happen the way it should happen. Is not being written by law. Being written by law
What,
mean
what do you mean by that?
being written by law meaning as that now government is saying that we can't trust parents to we can't trust parents to make them to trust kids, like, be a parent, watch out for your kids or whatever they're watching or viewing and stuff like that, right?
Hmm.
Now that's not possible anymore. Now there's other parents are voicing their opinion that this can't happen. We need more laws. We need more rules. We need more this. We need more that. So government was like,
Hmm.
okay, we're gonna do that. Now
Yeah.
companies change the whole password protection, the whole rules and stuff like that when it comes to media. Same thing with movies. With the law is right now is that AI is taking over jobs in every broad in every broad. There's no rules that's set to be different from what you just said when it comes to authentication or graphic designer. Now graphic designer is going to be obsolete. But then again, if a graphic designer looks at this like, let me change, let me let me work throughout the tides and say to myself how this can benefit me so I won't get fired. Let me know let me know what I can know as far as using these tools so I won't get fired. There's other people is gonna say no, I don't want to use that period. I want to be on uh, authentic.
And then one of those people are like Evangeline Lilly and the person that she's defending right now. That second opinion that you just expressed, where some people will be resistant to change or they'll be stubborn to
Yeah,
change and whatnot. That's the side that Evangeline Lilly is on. And what I'm saying is that chances are most people are going to be thinking that way too, to the point where the Writers Guild or the Actors Guild is going to be
that's
up in arms and siding on their side
yeah, that's
to
what I'm
say,
saying. The
oh,
laws.
they won't see the benefits or the positives of that. They'll be saying, hey, lawmakers over there, let's please make laws to stop this potentially good idea over here from coming to pass because
Yes,
they're getting in the way of our livelihood.
yes,
So I'm
that is
saying, as
correct.
much as Galen was making a very beautiful point about how AI could be used and incorporated in such a way that it didn't enhance the story, and the creatives could work with the AI to enhance the viewership experience in terms of CGI or whatever they need to do. They see it now as an obstacle. They see it as an opponent. They see it as someone who is in their way.
Hmm.
or something that's in their way, that's
Hmm.
stopping them from accomplishing what they want to accomplish. They're not looking
Exactly.
to work with it, they're looking to oppose it at every point, especially if they believe they're being threatened by it.
Exactly. The same thing that goes with a person that don't want to touch a computer at all or touch a calculator at all. When it comes to mathematics, a person will be stubborn, like, yo, I'm not gonna use a calculator. I'm gonna use my brain and know how to do algebra, or how to divide these big ass equations in their mind and just use their mind. You know, that's what's going said further with that. I like I said, like I'm not in a disagreement of both parties. I would say that because even though people might say I don't want to advance to new technology to benefit my own, I want to stick to the old, but that's where that's where old is gonna be obsolete. It's like when you saw um the movie the movie with Will Smith. There was a whole bunch of robots, and some of those
You're
robots was
talking iRobot, or you're talking
yeah,
Gemini?
iRobot,
Gemini Man.
iRobot.
iRobot.
Yeah, when iRobot became this new form of technology, and the old robots were just in landfill. The old robots was just in landfill, and the old robots didn't like that, or the new robots wanted to crush. I think the new robots wanted to crush the old robots because they were getting obsolete and being waste of a landfill, you know, and stuff like that. So you gotta look at it. You also gotta look at it from those type of perspectives too. Like they think the old people think that the new people is gonna take over the world, and that's that. Take over the world, and that's that. And there's no room for both parties to live. That's that's the sucky part that I hate the most is that there's enough room for both. It can't be one or the other. There's room for both because you can grow from it and learn from it, right? And not be stagnant. If you become stagnant, you become a landfill. If you don't learn, if you don't keep learning and keep adapting, you're gonna become a landfill. Yeah, you can be as stubborn as you want. Fine. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I whoever is listening on YouTube, Twitter, and also here in Clubhouse. I'm not in a disagreement of whatever choice you make. But far as with utilizing AI, it's AI is supposed to be utilized as a brainstorm to advance your thought process. So, so when you're making a thesis or a paragraph or trying to make sense of something that was in your head, this is what's going to be regurgitated to you, so you can understand what's going on. So you can understand more what's going on. Or if you wanted to make a thesis into a particular narrative that fits your narrative so you can understand it in your perspective, this is what this AI is going to regurgitate too, you know. Um,
Because like I use AI well a lot these days. I use ChatGPT, I use Grok, I use Google AI. That's what's it called again? I believe the Google AI is called Gemini.
Gemini, yes.
Yeah, and I use others. For example, when I'm workshopping a comic book idea, or I'm workshopping a scripture passage from the Bible because I'm Christian, or
Hmm.
I'm just trying to understand something like how to cook this meal or whatever. It's a very helpful tool. And here's the thing. If we were sufficient enough already, we would not need the assistance of AI in this capacity. Bringing it back to our the main conversation, if the studios were efficient in telling stories that mattered and were done in a respectful, comic accurate way that didn't just feel like surface level slop, That's they put out for the sake of putting out, or put it out for the sake of pleasing their targeted masses. Trying to see, hey,
True.
see, we are into representation, we're into LGBT, we're into social justice. Or what if the goal wasn't that, there would be no need for AI. For someone to say, you know what, I want to tell my own version of the story. I'm gonna go make create seed and tell what I'm doing. Well, before that, we wouldn't have ultras people like OGs in the game, like Ultra Sergeant, who and some other people who did fight edits on YouTube, trying to tell stories that made people excited about comic books again and comic book stories and their potential of where they could be. We would never have people like what's it Zappa TV out here in the Jamaican space who's making content about Spider-Man, Superman, Batman, Thor, Captain America, Green Lantern in a comedic way. You'd have people like Ace Vane out here with his quarantine series. Yo, I love what he did with quarantine during the whole COVID era. He turned Young Justice into something relatable about the COVID situation. If they were doing what they were doing, if the executives were doing what they're supposed to be doing on their end, there would be no need for content as such. And it just shows that it shows it's the goal, the way I see it, is to show that hey, we care so much about these things. We're willing to use this thing over here to showcase our vision as to what we want to see, for what we care about, and how much we love this particular genre of content or whatever.
Hmm.
Well, sure, they might see it as something to oppose on their end, but when we use it, we're using it to showcase our love for the genre, our love for the things that we have.
Facts.
Mm.
Facts. That
That is our
that
goal.
yeah, that is our main goal, and I love that. You know, that perspective that you just presented there, because other people are just gonna talk bad about it, regardless of whatever, whatever we presume it to be when we're utilizing it. Like, oh, why are you using that? Like, why? You can't just think about your own. Like, you can't utilize your own thought processes. Whoopty woo 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 woo. I'm like, man, this it's not all that serious, right? You're
Also,
just
it's one thing to see it in your head, it's another thing to actually can see it visibly, and other people they can see it with you, and they can and to join in the joy that you get from seeing that thing come to life.
that is true. That is true. That is true. Yeah. So yeah, people is not gonna. It is like you said. It's gonna be. That's why there's the guild situation, which is it's gonna happen. It's gonna keep happening because some people want that on this authenticity and not utilize AI at all because they believe that um, AI is just gonna steal their own product, and they can't steal their own product unless a mind, a means of the mind, thought about it and said, and put it out there and say, this is what I want, this is how I want it, and that's that. You know, instead of instead of having uh, the CGI workers, right? This is how it could work for both players in some sense. The CGI players, right, or um, the creators
Oh, by
of
the way, Jesse, bring
yes,
Galen back up.
the who?
Yeah,
Galen?
Galen
Oh,
is
he's
yeah, yeah. Clubhouse shut him out for some
thank you,
reason.
thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah. So with what's going on with DC with this whole 1,000 layoff, it's the CG people,
Marvel,
right?
Marvel.
Yeah, from Marvel, and it sucks, and it sucks that the CGI players. didn't see this coming. They could have just easily said to the people like, yo, let me I have a certificate or I have a background in AI and AI hired me to do the see hire me to do whatever you need me to do, and I'll
It
have it in my
definitely
own
would have been
vision.
helpful.
Yeah, because they're Google and Amazon is giving people classes to to have a certificate for AI.
Really?
Seriously, like so, seriously,
Damn.
it's it's so it's seriously no lie
Mm-hmm.
because they if you can imagine it and create it and and have it for somebody else that's in need, it's beneficial for you and the party.
Mm-hmm.
If you can create a need for a person that's needed, you're good.
Mm-hmm. Supply
You're
and demand, man. You have to
yeah,
create the demand first.
exactly. So with the CDI people or the animation people or the graphic designer people, they should have they should have say, hey, I understand I understand you're gonna use AI regardless of whatever the case may be. Let me be the person for you guys to make sure that is authentic enough,
Mm-hmm.
right enough, or good enough, or this is the better version of whatever you're trying to portray, right? And yeah, of course, it's gonna be layoffs. Sure, it's gonna be layoffs. It's gonna be layoffs. We don't need all these
Mm-hmm.
different people doing. We could just use maybe five people and three and maybe four, and then we divide four people or five people within how many characters that's needed. How many characters that
And
needed.
the situation is also kind of hella scuffed if you think about it,
Hmm.
because we already know that when it comes on to the graphic design and whatnot, when it comes on to the CGI aspect of things, these people barely get enough time to make the CGI look good, if at
That's
all.
that's what I'm
But
saying. They could
anytime, every
utilize
time,
that.
yeah. But here's the thing: I have a full thought process going. So it's bad enough that from their perspective, because you have to try to understand why do they feel threatened by this thing, right? Why do they feel threatened by AI? It's bad enough from their perspective for years on end that they haven't really been getting as much love and respect from the executives themselves. Generally speaking, people treat CGI and graphic designs and animation or whatever as a joke, in that usually you want to give people time to create so that you can get the best possible product as possible, right? But they've been making changes last minute on these people, and then they have to accommodate the CGI people. They have to accommodate those last minute changes as well, which cuts into the time that they have now to actually give you the best product version of product possible. And they're what I'm thinking about this in my head. What I'm visualizing in connection to what you just said, Jesse, is the story of Moses from the Bible. If you remember how Pharaoh was out here saying, "Yo, we need to kill out all these dudes, all these boys. 2 years and under, you're done." On what did Moses' mother do? Make a basket. So this is her using her cunning, her wisdom now. Make a basket, send it out. Had Miriam, his older sister, follow the basket. Watch the Egyptian princess take the basket. And here comes Miriam. Do you want me to go fetch a midwife to take care of this baby? Who is the midwife? His own mother. So the same thing. So I said it to say, the scripture says, "Be wise as serpents, harmless as doves." The same way that you were saying, hey, they could look along the line and be like, hey, something's not going on right here. They're potentially taking away my job from me. How about I try to find something that I have access to that they will definitely need and that they cannot part with me with? And that would be as you're pointing out, Jesse, the AI, utilizing it in such a way that they are needed to be a part of that,
Hmm.
so that they would still guarantee a job. They will still guarantee that they have value in the eyes of these execs.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Because that's the thing. It's gonna be all around. It's gonna
mm,
be utilized all around. It's
getting where
either
you fit
you
in.
yeah. It's either you get it or you get left out. I forgot the
Mm,
proverb from the hood side. The hood side is very
mm,
vicious. It's either you get on or get left over. Some shit like that. I forgot
mm.
the saying. The saying like it's either you get on or you get left over. Like you're just gonna get scraps. You know what I mean? You're just gonna get scraps from
I
the
think I think you either get rolled or you get rolled over, or like
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
rolled
you
yeah,
on.
get
yeah,
you
yeah,
either
yeah. There you
yeah,
go.
or
Yeah,
you
yeah.
either get down or lay down,
No, no. Yep,
or something like that.
yep,
It's
yep,
one of
yep. That
those.
one,
There's so many
Either
yeah,
different
get down or lay
variations.
down.
So
yeah.
many different
You're either
variations.
gonna get down or lay down. That's the two options.
Mm,
Yeah, those are two
real
options.
talk.
And and the CGI people didn't foresee. I mean, they probably could foresee it, and it was like trying to wait it out if the law is gonna be changed and stuff like that. But come on, is it's like I'm sorry. I don't want to be uh a
Be-
a
Because it's
person
so
a
many,
per
like, it's not just a one thing, it's so many different composite things going into it. Because, like, Galen, what you were saying before about how they should use the AI, great idea, beautiful idea. But here's the thing, I also understand their saltiness because they've been scuffed. Everything has been so scuffed for them from the jump. So I get it, or why they're resistant. At the same time, their resistance is not helping them much. And it's also killing creativity because well, on all sides, because the execs don't make it easy on them. They give kinda okay product, and then we are left wanting for more. And so
I'm
we turn to the thing that
I'm
they could have been utilizing this
that
whole time anyways.
sorry, Nas. They're gonna have to feel it just like the hood people feels it every single day.
This
The
whole the
hood,
whole thing is
the
scuffed.
the
The whole
the
thing is
the
scuffed.
No, no,
they
no,
just spoiled. They
absolutely.
just spoiled, bro. The CGI
Yeah,
people
yeah, yeah. I
got
agree.
spoiled. Like, come on, man. Cause like from any hood, any township, any white folk would tell you, like. I don't got no handy. I don't got no time to be wasting. To be crying over it.
True,
Spilled milk. Like
true.
I gotta do what I gotta do to survive. If that time comes and I make 100 grand and shit like that, I'm gonna be like, God damn, how the
Mm,
fuck did I did it? I'm gonna be
mm.
looking at it myself like, why I got so much money? I don't even need this much money. I'll just give it away.
Because it's
It,
bad
it
enough. It's bad enough
away.
treating
Other
so a value something that was once valued as garbage. It's another
not
thing to say, hey, you
it's
garbage, we don't need you anymore.
tougher. That's where you get stronger. You've got the movie from what you call it the basketball from what's the name of that movie? John Carter,
Coach,
Coach
yeah, Coach
Carter,
Carter.
and then the dude said, my fear is not this that and
What's your
third.
greatest fear? Your
My
fear is fear
fear is
itself.
exactly. You know what I mean? So if he can overcome all those obstacles and better himself and then got better as a captain, boom. Look at also this old timer thing. It was dance. It was this group of kids that didn't want to get next to each other. They always was dancing. They always was acting like a fool, but it was always in detention. If this person that didn't teach them how to foxtrot and didn't teach them how to do salsa, and then that's when they figure out, oh, this is how these niggas these white folks get down. Let me spin it up. Let me put my my Spanish into it. Let me put my my hip hop into it, and you put my robot move into it, into making it a great foxtrot or a great salsa. That's how they was able to win. If they if they stayed if they stayed to the craft, just like other people, they lost. By staying to the old script, they lost.
Yeah,
I,
you're saying pretty much if you listen, if the
mhm,
enemy is teaching you the rules to a game, right, that you're playing. Let's say your
mhm,
opponent is teaching you the rules to the game, and
mhm.
he keeps winning. You're gonna realize that wait a second, my opponent keeps winning, but he's teaching me the rules. But then somebody else comes and says, "Hey, man, yeah, this guy he keeps winning because he left out some of the other rules.
Yeah,
He left out some information. like, like he keeps winning because first of all, it's a fallacy when your opponent is teaching you the rules of the game and they keep winning. Apparently, they're playing by a different set of rules. And when
Hmm.
you realize that, now you feel hurt, you feel like you're a victim, you feel like you
mhm,
got played.
mhm.
But watch this, instead of going to jail and crashing out, you beat them at their own game.
Learn the rules of the
Once you
game.
Exactly.
once you know the rules they're playing by, and you realize all the information they left out of the game, that the real game that we're really playing, then now you can beat them at their own game, and that's when they
Hmm.
get mad. That's when they get defeated because they're like,
Hmm.
"Oh, you somebody must have told you, or you must have got divine insight on the game that we're playing."
Mhm,
And so now you're playing our game because somebody gave you the insight, divine insight. Whether I heard dudes say something about Moses, and
mhm.
you had divine knowledge, you had divine insight, and so now you beat us at our own game.
Yeah, just
Hmm.
like how Prince got all his rights to his music. No one can touch him. Just like Michael Jackson, he got all rights to his music, and he almost owned Sony. He owns Sony.
He
Matter
no,
of
he
fact,
owned half of Sony.
yeah. So he owns half of Sony, bro. How did he do that?
Well,
He
the
was
Beatles, the
better.
Beatles, the Beatles,
Yeah, he
the
owns
Beatles.
Beatles
He
too.
owned all of the
Yeah,
Beatles catalog.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
know what I
yeah. He
mean,
had to get, yeah. They had to send him up, bro. He had to get up out of here, bro. He had to get sent up. So that's what
Hmm.
happened with that. Once you own all these people, the Beatles and all that, and you try to navigate and you trying to circumvent Sony, and they realize that he made that announcement saying, "Hey, I'm done with Sony." Bruh, he had to go, bruh. They had to have his doctor kill him. That, bruh, I don't care what it is. You got to get out of here, bro. Just like they did OJ Simpson. Like, you got to go, bruh. You ain't about to, just like Bill Cosby. Oh, you crazy. Just like R. Kelly. Oh yeah, man, we gotta sit you down, boy. Like, you not about to, no, bro.
hmm,
Even Jesus had to go to the cross. But the only thing about Jesus is that he rose from the dead.
Amen.
yeah,
And so they really can't control him. Because now everybody's afraid that he's gonna come back and do what he gotta do to make his people right. And so that's what they're fearing now, is the return of Jesus. And so, yeah, bro, all of this stuff is really like it gets real
yeah.
dicey really quick, bro. Yeah,
That's
but go
that,
ahead, bro. Go ahead.
that's why I took the time to actually call this podcast Collide, because everything falls in to religion, politics when it comes to Marvel and DC. Marvel, Marvel shows you a lot of what's going on in reality, and DC shows you more greediness, more grit when it comes to DC. DC shows you more grit of what's happening as a superhero genre, right? And then when it comes to Marvel, they show you all the pretty works, all the Google Gaga eyes stuff for the kids and for the old school and new school, so you can stay hip to the MC and DC, of course. You know, those are the things that's happening right now. And again, when it comes to CG, graphics designers, they work hard. I know. I know from just doing editing, it takes a long time because when you're editing something, you have to time the editing right the way you want it to when it comes to 5 seconds or less than 5 seconds. Putting the music right at the time of what you're rendering for videography. That's another thing. It doesn't take 5 minutes. It takes 3 to 5 hours at best if you even like what you had the first time. You're like,
True.
you know what I'm saying? Like even though it was done completed, you're like, um, I
And
don't
then at
know.
the end of it, people may not even notice it.
You're like, is this? I don't know. Let me replay it again. Or let me, nuh-uh. Like the more you go back and forth with your editing when it comes to videography, you're like, I went over this to like 10 times, and I'm editing and editing, editing. It might mess up the whole, the whole video. Let me not take too much. Let me just leave it like that. And then when you leave it like that, you're missing key features of the video. Just like you might fuck up on CGI. Just like you might fuck up on on not videography. Like when you're videotaping, you have to take each mood swings from a character from an actor. If you didn't take that right, the whole shit fucks over, right? And if you're punching somebody or slapping somebody, you gotta make sure it looks fake.
It looks
Even
as
in
believable as possible.
yeah, you got when it comes to editing, you gotta make sure that's legit, right? So um, I'm not hating on them. It's just that they should have get get down.
Mm.
They should have got down. They should have it's not impossible. If kids can go to Costco, buy a box of candy, and sell it to their friends for $1, it's no different from a corner store trying to sell it to you for 150. Is the need, is the demand. Just like the same thing. I can buy me a $5 powder of iced tea and sell it for $1. If I get five people, I make my money back. If I get seven
And do you
people,
want better?
I'm profit.
And do you want better?
What's up?
Going into a pharmacy, whether it be Walgreens, CVS, or wherever,
Hmm.
and buying a Plan B for $50, where you can get that same Plan B off Amazon for like $12.
And
Real talk.
demand. That's what it is. Like
You're
you
literally
know.
paying for how desperate you are, or
Oh
quote unquote convenient you want things to be.
yeah. So that's just the thing that's happening. Even though that's just the things that's in the background that people don't talk about when it comes to layoffs and people getting fired for these specific job outlines and stuff like that, and the people not utilizing what's in demand for, and they stick to their own guns and like, no, I don't want this, I don't want that. They don't. The people that said no, I don't want that, this, that, and third, don't have a slightest clue of how to even work them or understand
Mm.
how it's produced. You know what I mean? The people that understands it know how to produce it and make sure that the video that they want to produce, this is what's gonna become of it. So there's newcomers that's doing that. That's taking over the CGI and graphic designers, right? And the people that took the time and make sure each line is is it's superb, because like when you're doing animation, every time every time you do the character, you gotta do the character again forward, two steps forward, two steps forward. So when you flip the book, you're actually seeing in animation, and that takes time to do because you gotta put the hand right some type of way. You gotta each five each interval or each centimeter to make sure
And
that
this
we're
is why I love watching Corridor Crew videos. Yeah, Corridor Crew, shout out to them. They be showing you how difficult it is to get this done.
yeah. I know I know it's like that. Bless up, bless up. You know, I just wanted to express that because this is my final take, guys. I hope that um you can definitely um follow us. We'll definitely will be here next Sunday. I would love for you guys to come back and listen to my takes that I wish as well. You can always comment down below and chat with me. That's why I like. I mean, I'm not no other person. If also you want to hop in on my Facebook page, you can definitely hop in my Facebook page. Um, what's up, E? What's up, E?
Inkirton, hello.
Yes.
Yes, hello. Greetings.
Greetings.
Greetings. What is greetings?
Hello.
Saying hello,
Hello,
saying hi.
hello,
Nice
Yes.
hello.
to meet you.
Yes.
Nice to meet you. I'm from Mongolia.
Oh
From
yeah.
where?
Yeah, I'm from Mongolia.
Where's that at?
That's
India?
no
Pakistan?
Mongolia.
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 That's an African
Mongolia.
country, right?
Oh,
Yes.
Mongolia. Okay, okay.
It, that's
That's
supposed to be an
Yeah.
African country, I think.
that's far from where
Chinggis
I'm
Khan.
at.
Chinggis Khan. Chinggis Khan.
Kyrgyzstan. Oh,
Oh,
you
well,
Do you
you
know Chinggis Khan?
no,
no.
I personally don't.
All-time king.
Oh, Genghis Khan.
Empire.
Genghis Khan. Oh, Mongol.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Genghis Khan.
Genghis
Yeah.
Khan. Yes.
Genghis
oh,
Khan is
He
from
is the
Mongolia.
symbol and ancestor to almost all of China, or all of the
Yeah,
citizens of
yeah,
China
yeah, yeah.
today. Yeah.
Yeah.
oh, interesting,
Yeah, man.
interesting,
Man's was spreading seed all far and wide,
Yes.
interesting. You,
blowing his
you,
whole
you, you like? Do you watch any Marvel or DC at all?
Oh yeah.
What's your
I
favorite?
like it.
What's your favorite character with
Uh
DC?
DC. I like Marvel.
Oh, you like Marvel
Okay, what's
instead. What's your favorite?
Yeah,
What's your
Marvel.
favorite character?
Uh, Iron Man.
oh okay, that's a nice one.
That's a
Classic.
nice one. That's
Classic.
classic. Nice. You so
Iron Man
so you can't wait to
and
watch Doctor
Doctor.
Doom?
Doctor Strange is
Uh,
yeah, was
Doctor
good.
Strange. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty much
good.
the same character, one with magic, one with tech. But I get it.
My English is not good.
It's
Hey,
so
that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. We
it's
still love
okay.
you. We
We
still
can
love you over
understand
here.
what you're saying a little bit.
Uh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you for sharing, man.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
But definitely on that note, I want to definitely let Nas take us home on the outro. We're gonna have this every Sunday. Please come back.
Mhm.
Um, follow us. We come here every Sunday, 9 o'clock sharp.
Mhm.
So if you guys want to come back and follow us, that would be awesome because I'm on YouTube and also on Facebook. You can also go on Collide under description. You can come on the Facebook page. We um, continue on the conversation every day on there, and also plan ahead of what topics that we will be talking about as well. So Nas, take us
Mhm.
out.
Yes, thank you to everybody who participated, tuned in just to listen in wherever you are, driving, at home, chilling, just sitting down with friends, just the fact that you decide that you want to spend time to listen to us talk about comics, Marvel and DC content specifically. That means a lot to us. So thank you for those over here in the clubhouse space. Thank you for Unc coming in last minute to share with us. Thank you to Tony, Dorothy, Amira, Shanley, Galen that was here, and Klein. Thank you so much. OG that was here earlier, Sky, at thank you so much. I just want to take the
Okay.
opportunity to leave you guys with a message. What we do here at Collide, in essence, it is an act of worship. Um, we see in First Corinthians 10, verse 31, where it says, whatever you eat, whatever you drink, whatever you do all to the glory of God. And we are thankful that God created the minds of the people who created this content that we can sit and talk about and at length. We thank you for the ingenuity of God in creating the minds that created these characters that we can sit and talk about and just be happy talking about them. This is an act of worship towards the great creator who created these smaller creators. Also, Ecclesiastes 12, verse 14 says, fear God and give glory to him and keep his commandments. That is the whole duty of man. So in everything that we do, we ultimately give glory to God. It is an act of worship in everything. So please keep that in mind throughout the rest of the week, that everything that you're doing is in some way, shape, or form an act of worship. I just want to say thank you again for tuning in. We love you. We look forward to seeing you again next week, Sunday, same time. We start at 9. And who knows how long we'll go to, because
Yes,
we weren't even supposed to go this long.
yes, that is
But we
true.
just enjoy talking about these topics so much. We can't get enough. And we really look forward to coming back here next week with you guys. So thank you for indulging us. Thank you for taking time out of your busy day to get to lend us your ears and your attention. We appreciate you. We love you. Please follow us on YouTube. Please come here on Clubhouse. Jesse also brought live streams on Twitch. We put it to Facebook. We have our Facebook community on Twitter as well. Follow us all over so you can stay in tune and keep in touch.
And collide out.
Out.